Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Tell me, can you hear me well? Is the sound okay? Because last night we had a problem with the sound. Was it last night? It was. Aman says hello, Mary. Hello, Aman. Uh, 19 male India. Thank you for that. Slobodan says hi, Meran. 21 Belgrade. Thank you for that. And he says, I'm almost out of HOCD. Okay, don't focus on it because HOCD is something can come and go. It's no different than any other thoughts showing up. You don't say, I'm almost out of thinking because HOCD is a thought. So don't be so in a anxiety mode that it's here, so it's this, or I'm getting rid of it, so it's good. And it's just a thought. So if it comes, it comes, you ignore it. If it doesn't come, you're doing your own thing, which is just simple as it is. And if it shows up, then again, you know what to do with it, you know what it is. So there's no anxiety, there's no fear about it. It's a thought. You've been scared of an idea. You've been fearful of an idea based on an abstract. HOCD is your way of your system to protecting your identity. You love who you are. You're heterosexual, you love who you are. And your first mandate in life is to protect yourself, isn't it? We all protect ourselves, protect our children. Don't go there, be careful. Cars may hit you. We protect, we teach. How do we teach to protect the child? By putting a fear. You introduce a fear to result in protecting himself or herself out of a danger. Our DNA, our inward programming knows about how much you're interested to protect your identity, yourself. So you're always bombarded by fear. Watch out there, maybe that's too sharp, maybe this and that. It's no different when it comes to your and why do you want to protect your health, your being? Why are you trying to survive? You think because that's your instinct. Yes, of course it's your instinct, your programming, prime directive to protect, to provide security, to survive. Yeah? But why is it that you're actually not knowing, but actually you're trying to protect? What is that? Yes, our health, our survival, being alive, yes. But what is that is being really focused on protecting, which we're not actually focused on? We're focused on our health and being in one piece and survival. But what is that effort is to protect what? Beyond your health. Is to protect inwardly your identity. Your identity, who you are, everything that you're all about, including your gender, including your sexual inclination. That's your identity, who you are, how you think, what moralities are, what your faith is. Everything about you is your identity. That's really what you're protecting. And how do you protect that? Exactly as you try to teach the child to protect him or herself. Watch out, that's danger. The car may hit you. Watch for that animal. Don't play with that. It's sharp. So, how does your inward going to protect your identity? By putting a fear, introducing a fear into you from an abstract. You're heterosexual, it's going to scare you out of homosexuality. Why? Not because he has anything against homosexual people. It's trying to protect you, but it has to create a fear so you can protect and understand what you're focused on, protecting your identity. HOCD is a way to protect you. That's all. It's just gone rogue. You just have to tell it, hey, simmer down. I got the idea. I'm going to protect myself. I'm aware of that. I'm not interested in that. And I'll be fine. Because it's an idea that you're trying to protect yourself. Otherwise, if you stay with fact and actuality, there are no fear. In other words, if you focus on the fact at this moment, you know who you are, your identity is intact, and there's nothing, so there's no reason to be afraid. You're only afraid when you're not with the fact and actuality. And why are you afraid with such thoughts of HOCD comes? Because they're not fact and actuality of yours and your identity, so you get frightened by it. But when you focus on who you are, which you are heterosexual, you love to be who you are, you love to be who you've always been, and that's what your lifestyle, that's what you create, whatever your gender is, that's what it is. You love that. There's no fear there. So if you focus on the fact that you're just being protective, you're protecting your identity, HOCD is really that. But when you focus on your actuality and the truth of it, then there is no fright. It only comes when you're thinking about what could be a danger, what is identified as a danger to you, which is our inner programming to protect ourselves. That's all. Your truth and your actuality is what you are, heterosexuality, if you're heterosexual. In this scenario, we're talking about heterosexuals. So when your truth and actuality is heterosexuality, obviously you're going to be reacting to something that could pose a danger to you, because that is how your program works. In order to protect you, it creates a fear. What's the fear? It's opposite of heterosexuality. That's why you're uncomfortable with it. Otherwise, if you wear what you're scared or think or being suggested to by your brain that you might be turning into who you are, then you wouldn't be having any resistance. You wouldn't be bothered by the fact that, oh, I don't want to be that. You wouldn't be questioning, I don't want to be that. So it's all a scenario to protect yourself, but you just got to say, hey, listen, simmer down. There are no dangers. You don't have to create some kind of a thing in my head. It's all thoughts. It's an idea. There is nothing changing in you, nothing gonna change in you. Whether you're homosexual, nothing gonna change from you for you to be heterosexual. If you're heterosexual, nothing gonna be changing you to anything else other than what you've always been. But it is the mechanism of the brain, of you, your survival, to protect your identity. In order to protect anything, you got to create fear. If you're hired as a security guard of some corporation, of some technology, of some, even military, if you're hired to protect that, what do you do to protect something? You create fear. In order to protect anything, you create scenarios of fear. And this is what's happening inwardly when our brain goes a little bit rogue and overactive, which is in the case of all of us who has OCD, all kinds of subsets of OCD, means you're above average intelligent. You seek into all detailed things too much. That's why most of you guys, most of inventors, scientists, and people of that sort, important people in the world, look at Nikola Tesla. OCD big time, but he was the most recognized inventor, intelligent scientist in the world. So when we have OCD, we have overactive brains that is going overly the limits of what its mandate is to protect you, to protect your identity, and creates more fear and anxiety than a brain that is just on the standard base. That's why you get all these extraordinary fears about everything and your identity, your sexuality, or anything else. It's not just that. So if you remember and understand that, you will actually start appreciating HOCD. It just means your protective system is working really well, a little bit too well. Then you just simmer it down and says, listen, buddy, it's all right. It's a concept. It's an idea that I'm frightened about, and you're making me frightened because you want me to protect what it is that I am all about and I love, which is my sexuality, whatever it is. In your case, heterosexuality. That's what you are. It doesn't change. But the fear is created so it will induce more protection of what it is that you're all about and you love. You understand? I hope you do, because it took a lot out of me. I haven't even had breakfast yet, guys. All right, all right, all right, all right. Where are we? And Slobodan says, just my agency tried to convince me that, okay, yeah. We talked about it right now. Don't worry about it. This is just my HOC tried to convince me that I like genitalias of every man, but I hate it. I'm so confused. No, don't be. It's just the opposite of what you are. HOCD, the attack of HOCDs is only means you're opposite of what the attack is. That's how it works. You're never attacked by what you are. You're never attacked by your brain with thoughts of, oh, you're such a stud. Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything positive about you does not create a rise in the brain. There's no debate about it. So, but the brain is trying to create a rise. So creates an occupation, a dialogue, a debate, a fight. So from that energy, it can create occupation itself. Because remember, brain finds security in being occupied. It's not like our body that finds its security through knowing where the limbs are and there's no danger, physical danger. You're in your apartment or home, door is closed and you're in a good part of town, and that's your security. Physicality, physical environment, proper physical safe environment brings safety for your physical being. Brain doesn't find its securities in that. It doesn't find it in physicality. Environment, secure environment. You could be in the most secure environment, your brain is still frightened. It finds its security in occupation. That's why it creates stuff, scenarios, so you constantly get occupied with it because thought thinks it's alive. You know, it's gone rogue, like it's, Skynet in the I'll Be Back movie. So you have to simply provide guidance for it, teach the brain to how to behave. Otherwise, it is constantly trying to find security in occupation. For the occupation, it needs fear. It needs things that would make you concerned. What makes you concerned? Not what you are, not how what a wonderful person is, person you are, not how what a good heterosexual you are. No, it hits you with something that you're not. So every HOCD is opposite of what you are. So if you had been born in an island and never saw anybody else, just by yourself, and so you had no idea how you would react to anything, once you're hit by an HOCD, then you would definitely know your gender because it would be opposite of what you're being attacked with. So if you're going to be attacked by this particular gender, then you would know you're opposite of it, because that's how it works. You're never attacked by something that you are, because it's not an attack. It'll be very quick, short discussion. You're a nice person, thank you. But you say you're a stupid asshole. So what do you mean? I'm not, you are. And then there is the occupation. So you can always rest assured and understand that when HOCD hits you, it's actually confirming the opposite of it that you are. It's confirming your sexuality, opposite of what you're being attacked with. That's how you actually tell your sexuality if you never knew anything about your sexuality. Opposite of what you're being attacked. And so, Aolog says, where is he at? All right. Okay, you guys know, whoever is new here, we have a protocol, and that is just like what Aman has done. Gender, male, female, whatever your gender, you signifies your gender, and age, and where you're tuning in from. So, male, M19 India, or in case of Slobodan, it's M21 Belgrade. So AEO, we need that. And Baboxy says, good evening or good day to all, and good evening to you as well. Don't forget the protocol, otherwise I don't know who's talking. And I want to make sure that you guys are at the age that you could be here. If you're underage, you should have your parents actually allow it. Otherwise, this is for people 18 and up. All right. So, yeah, Slobodan, stop testing yourself. This is the whole wrong way going about to free yourself from thoughts of HOCD. You don't test, you don't go for assurance, you just don't need any of that. Understand that it's a mental concept, mental disorder, and based on many of the things that we've talked in the videos, and one of the things that we just finished talking about it, that's the mechanism of protecting your identity that our inward wisdom is constantly concerned about. And therefore, it creates fear in order for you to be on alert to protect what is most important to you, your identity. You know, that's how it is. That's all. There's nothing else. The rest of it is all you got to learn and educate yourself, because this whole thing, thinking about the brain, what brain suggests is you, is already been refuted and defeated in so many different ways by so many scientists and psychotherapists and neurosurgeons, and you know, all these experiments that have been done by Dr. Roger Speary, by Dr. Wilder Penfield, by Dr. Owens, by Dr. Leiber. These are all Nobel Prize recipients, and you, if you study their experiments, you will see that materialism has been defeated 100 times, and it's all about dualism, which means you're beyond your brain. There are aspects of you that cannot ever be reached or changed or modified by the material that exists in the brain. They could not even reach it, and they came to, beyond the shadow of the doubt, the conclusion that you are beyond the brain, and in fact you have the power over the brain, the power of veto. And when that power of veto takes place, there is no spike in the electromagnetic of the brain, which means the brain is never involved in the decision of vetoing, which is, it's above its pay grade. That is you. You're the almighty of your entity. And if you understand all that, then you understand all these HOCD and whatnot. These are thought-based, no actuality, can have no power, no ability to modify, change, or suggest anything that you're not. And you are who you've always been, and the mind and the brain and the thought can never have any effect on it. It can frighten you and it can make you become a better heterosexual, but it cannot do anything to you. So you have to understand, educate yourself, and therefore you will have a very easy time to deal with this. And because this is not going to be the only challenge that the brain is going to throw at you. They're all there are all other things that we are frightened by and concerned about in our lives, and they're all mental. The problem is that we go to the gyms and make our muscles strong, and we understand nutrition and health and how to take care of our bodies. And we understand that because we say, if I'm supposed to lift something, my work includes lifting things and physical efforts, then I got to be prepared. So you exercise, you eat good and all that. You take care of yourself. You prepare yourself. But most of the challenges in life is mental. And we never do anything to prepare our mind to be strong, to be able to have education, understanding, and exercise so it can withstand the pressures and the challenges that it is thrown at us mentally through our lives. Through meditation, increasing the GABA neurotransmitters, oxytocin, melatonin, serotonin, growth hormone. These are all coming from meditation. We don't do any of that. And we expect to be, immune to all these bullshit that the brain is constantly trying to, create. 80, 90,000 intrusive thoughts a day is created by the brain. And if you don't strengthen your mind through methods of relaxation, methods of meditation, increasing the neurotransmitters that are important for our mental health and all that, and having enough sleep and all these things that is necessary, just like you take care of your body, you got to take care of your mind and strengthen that so the mind will also be healthy to the point that it can override the garbage that the brain makes, the thoughts. So you won't be afraid of it, and you would have it in a balanced position. And so when the HOCD shows up, you will learn that it's the result of signaling malfunction. It's a result of all other things that we've talked about. And you know that with your behavior, you will just act what called nucleus is supposed to do automatically, but you're now supposed to reteach the brain about your preference and your lack of interest in the garbage that it produces. And eventually that behavior shows the brain to rewire itself through neuroplasticity and become back to its balance. And then the caudate nucleus also starts back on. And you will create that environment where you can thrive and bring mental health to yourself. These are the things that we don't do, but we expect when we're hit by some kind of a mental challenge, we should be ready for it. Why? Because I've eaten good and I've gone to the gym. Well, that's just one part of it. So, having done that, could someone say that you can hear me okay? I hope that I haven't been talking to myself. Someone give me a feedback if the mic works okay. And we have Tron or Tarun. Tarun Varun. Oh yeah, I remember your name, I believe. It says, hey, I am Tarun, 19, India, male. Sir, your old subscriber. Hello there. Good of you to join us. Jeffrey says, hi, Ameran. Jeff here, 33, male, Toronto. Happy Boxing Day. What? Eek, we're on full lockdown here now. Oh, really? Are you guys? Yeah, happy Boxing Day, but I'm not going to go out. Why should I be going out? So many people for what? To do what? To buy this and that? I prefer to have nice tea. Actually, here it is. Today I made a funny tea. Not funny. It's just blueberries and hot water. That's it. Mmm, yummy. Um, so let's see who we have here. Fast paced says, yes, it's great. Grifive, Grifive. I think it means great. It's supposed to be eight, came out five. Jeffrey says, oh yeah, he says great. Okay, good. At least somebody told me that the sound is all right. Is it? I still don't have. Oh, the mix works fine. The mic. Oh, okay, good, 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 good. Scared the shit out of me again. I thought, oh, it's not working again. No, when it's the inbuilt mic works perfectly, but my Scarlett yesterday just cut off. I don't know what's wrong with the OBS. Doesn't recognize it in the middle of the thing. Just boom, nothing. Which I was talking for 5 minutes and nobody heard what I was saying there, and I didn't remember what I said, so I couldn't repeat it. So anyhow, thanks for the fast pace. Fast pace. We need a little bit of a protocol from you. We don't know really anything, so if you don't mind, we have a protocol like gender, age, and where you're tuning in from. It gives me a little bit to know when I respond to you. And Reborn says, "Hi Miran, I couldn't stay so much time yesterday, so I came now." Good. Welcome, male 21 from Chile. Huaso is the horse who has the high jump record from Chile. Horse by name Huaso. Captain Morales was the rider. 2 meter 47 centimeter. That's an amazing jump. That's from Chile, the country of good wine. No, the country of good horses too. And good riders. Yeah, Chile has good wines apparently. I don't drink wine. I don't drink anything pretty much. I used to when I was in school, but I mean, just a little bit. We didn't know better. We thought, it's cool. We would have Aikido tests or celebration. They would have sake or tequila, or if I was like, in a date or something with my girlfriend, we would buy some Japanese wine, or it was very tasty. But when I grew up and learned more about alcohol now, so I don't drink it. I don't know, maybe some occasional little champagne or a little wine just to just be kind of with the program. Otherwise, I don't enjoy drinking. Leo says, "Hello, please help me, Leo. Please help me. Give me some protocol. Age, gender, where you tuning in from?" Says, "On my first time, I had problem with my erection. After that, I've created HOCD. Thought on the extremist level now. I'm afraid of getting the same problem next time." Oh, how old are you? Don't worry about HOC. That's hoax, bullshit. It's just mental. Don't worry about it. But how old are you? This is what I want to know, guys. So please, before you put your question, put in the protocols. I gotta know how old you guys are. Aman says, "Hello, Sloan." Okay, talking Sloan. And Reborn says, "I have a little question about thoughts. I don't know when I'm thinking something voluntarily caused by emotion or worry, and when I'm experiencing intrusive thoughts." Well, what you don't like is intrusive thoughts because you don't come up with something that you don't like. So it's OCD. If you do purposely, that's OCD because you're being pressured by OCD that if you don't think that way, then something bad's gonna happen. So it kind of, I gotta think, I gotta see it through. These are all mental glitches. Otherwise, naturally, anything that you think good, productive, to your liking, that's you. Anything else, it's intrusive. And it's the brain's work, not you. Um, Yeah, good. Reborn. Yeah, good. Yeah, you have the power, you have the choice. It doesn't matter what thought shows up in your head, you always have a choice. You're the only one on earth that can allow any thought to have a chance to become an action, an actuality, or let it die where it was created. And it can never see the light of day. Because you are the only one who can choose and select, allow, or veto a thought, decision, idea for any reason whatsoever. So that means you are the almighty of you. So you should not have to be afraid of any thought because it cannot manipulate you because you have the final say. It can bother you, be annoying, and all these images and all that shit. It works on the fear and what you're not, so you are upset about them showing up, thinking that, oh, if I was perfect, if I was really this, then this shouldn't have shown up. No, the hell with no. It's the brain's work that's showing up. It's not yours. It's not pertaining you. It doesn't describe you when a thought shows up. It shows up, but you have the final say. And it's annoying, yes, because sometimes you can't stop it. It just goes there, like the stuck sound syndrome. You know, when there's a tune, a jingle in your head, you can't get rid of it as much as you want. It could be annoying, it could be enjoyable, but it could be annoying, but you can't get rid of it anyhow. Same thing, thoughts show up, sometimes you can't get rid of them because that's the glitch when they call it nucleus have gone malfunctioning and it's not able to automatically to shut down the intrusive thoughts. That's what's happening. So, but nevertheless, you're the only one who has the key to allowing anything to become an actuality, an action, and reality, or veto it and let it die. So it doesn't matter what really is annoying, which it is annoying when it's annoying, but the idea that you're in power, you have the choice, you have the key to live or die of any thought, any suggestion, any idea, any image. It can never become an action or actuality. That's the power that you have. That's what's most important for you to focus on. And that was a amazing work of Dr. Labot that proved that the veto power, you have the free won't. In other words, you are the sole decision maker on what thought survives and becomes reality, what doesn't. So you're the boss. You where the buck stops. It doesn't matter how many people utter something. You know, it doesn't matter how many people say, jump, jump from you're on the cliff. It doesn't matter how many people say it. You're the final person who can say, fuck you all, I'm not gonna jump. That's it. So that should give you the real um, picture of what your powers are. Mm, all right. All right, let's see. Okay, I didn't get any answer from uh, when you guys don't tell me about your age, gender, where you're tuning in from, then I just go to the next question because I just need to know that stuff. I need to know who I'm talking to. So we have OCD HZZZ. 27-year-old says fighting with HOCD. I don't know what I want anymore. I still have erection when I think about girls, but I lost attraction. It's all bullshit. Just stick with your identity. This is a glitch and don't fall for that shit. Yeah, because OCD is a doubting disease. So you say this and you think, oh, I don't trust what I'm saying. Maybe I'm in denial. That's the whole thing. OCD is a doubting disease. Disregard any of that. Simple fact that you're objecting to all these things, that tells you that all these are not of your interest. That's all. Simple. Very simple. Nothing else you got to do. And on that basis, disregard anything else that shows up. And we have from my hometown, Hawaii. We have Chester here, male 27, Hawaii, says, Aloha, Maran. Aloha, Chester. Says, I forgot to ask you on the last live stream, but did you have a chance to listen to the Mele? Yes, I did. Mele Kalikimaka. Yes, I did. It was by Bing Cosby, and it was very nice. And I didn't know that he actually used that word and the Hawaiian version of the Merry Christmas for the word. And it was the first time I could actually hear him, and it was nice. And thank you very much. I sure did. I sure did, and I enjoyed it. And thank you. And I've practiced the word. Kelikimaka. But I don't know still exact pronunciation of it. Melekalikimaka or Melekalikimaka. There is a separation there. And so we have, who else do we have here? Let's go by sequence here. Aman says, I don't feel bothered by fake arousal because I'm enlightened little. Good for you. But my input makes me depressed. Don't worry about it. You're thinking about it too much. Every boy who wants to be a real stud muffin and really want to do a good job, that's when they actually focus too much on it instead of focusing on the girl, and they don't go do as good a job because they want to make sure that she thinks that, oh, he's the best, he's all that. It's all that thought. It's normal. It always happens once in a while or here and there, especially when you're young. So it's part of being a young man, because then your whole excitement about proving to your girlfriend that you're the top, you're the best, you're the top dog, and all that interferes with actually what you're supposed to be enjoying, giving her enjoyment. Just enjoy the moment with her rather than focusing on the, performances. The performance will come by itself, and I'm sure she would know her role in this, so it'll all work out. Both work for each other's pleasure, not just your own. And so we have Steven says, hi, Maran. Hello, Steven, male 40, LA, Los Angeles. Thank you for that. And Aman says, I told that friend which used to call me gay indirectly that I have OCD, but he didn't understand yet that my behavior is something related to OCD because I just told him that I have OCD and not HOCD. Yeah, well, you don't have to explain to people. You're telling people because, I mean, this particular person, you're explaining to him a little bit too much. Tell him, listen, there is a certain kind of a condition that is only hits heterosexuals about these sort of thoughts that are not heterosexual. And that's because of something that has to do with the brain and the malfunction of its signaling system. But you explain too much to these people who are ignorant, you're just wasting your breath. Just live your life. Don't give a shit. However you say what you say, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. You are who you are and you know it. And that's all that matters. The rest of it, you're trying to convince other people that this is, fuck them. Who gives a shit? Live your life. And Philo says, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Male 33, Los Angeles. Thank you for that, Philo. And Maisha says, that's a nice name, Maisha. What is it? A girl's name? I think it's a girl's name, is it? Let's see. It says, hello, sir. How are you? I have a question. I'm in a relationship and it has more than two, but you didn't tell me about your gender and age. I need to know that. So I'll come back to you when I have that, right? It's more than 2 years. We both love each other. He has a good heart. Okay, then I was right. You're a lady. Good heart, but he is not ambitious. Oh, okay. Well, let me know your age and where you're tuning in from. I got to know a little bit about your background, maybe where you're tuning in from. Country gives me a cultural background a little bit. Aman says, I feel that I can, that, what can I say? No children. I try to understand. Aman says, I'm feeling like a fool, but I want to ask this question again. I feel attraction towards females every time. Does thoughts can make that attraction lost? Nah. If you're weak-minded and start believing the nonsense of the brain, which is not your thoughts, it's the brain's thought, then you'll be under the influence of believing something. Like if somebody out there keeps telling you you're a donkey or you're stupid, if you're weak-minded, don't believe in yourself and keep focusing on what they're saying, or it might have a meaning, or it might be true, or because they're wiser than me. If you think that way, then you might actually think you're stupid. But you're in fact not stupid when they put a math problem or some kind of a mechanical machine that you got to fix and something that you're knowledgeable about. You will do it just perfectly fine. But you will think you're stupid because they've been telling you you're stupid if you have a weak mind. Same thing with these sort of thoughts. If you keep believing what the intrusive thoughts the brain suggests, which is an OCD suggestion, that these thoughts might go away, that you may not like girls, or you may not be into aroused by girls. These are thoughts. Don't pay attention to them. They'll never have any effect on you. Simple. That's all. Believe in yourself and who you are. The funny thing is that you guys been who you've been all your lives, and suddenly somebody shows up, says you're a dumb idiot, and you start believing the idiot who's calling you idiot, instead of relying on who you are and protecting that and saying, fuck you, I am who I am, and I'm not an idiot. Get lost. I know who I am. That's it. All you have to say to these intrusive thoughts, HOCD, whatnot, say, I know who I am. Fuck off. And don't pay attention. Don't try to engage and respond, and debate and argue what suggestion shows up in your head. Just say, oh, I can see that thought. Okay, it can be there. I guess it's a world and anything is there. But I don't have any interest in it, so I don't have to engage in discussion with it. And I don't pay attention to it. All kind of images can come to me. Images of nasty images could come to me that I could be actually, I don't know, doing some kind of a weird shit to my family, or parents, or whatever, or cat or dog, or what. These are thoughts, just stupid thoughts that shows up. Is part of the weird brains that we have that can create all kind of things that doesn't even exist and has no reality. Remember, we talked about the neural ensemble, which actually is the capability of the brain to create something that doesn't even exist, such as, if you all try it in your heads, such as imagining a lion with the head of a duck. There is no lion with the head of a duck in reality, in world, but our brain can create that. It's called neural ensemble. And for that, it needs to be so many neurons exactly at the same time, traveling from one end of the brain to the other end of the brain to make sure that certain image of the duck's head with the body of the lion all come together at the same moment in order to create that image. We have that capability. For that, we can also have the capability of all kind of shit that we can create that doesn't exist, has no reality or actuality to it at all, such as all these intrusive thoughts about your parents, your children, your all other kind of nasty stuff that is just not ever going to be coming true in any way, shape, or form, but it can be created in the mind because the brain is a crazy place, is a place to create thoughts. That's why you are beyond the brain and you have the veto power, which means you don't allow any shit comes to actuality because you have the power of decision. That's where the power is, not in the creation of bullshit. The power is in you who allows a thought to become an action or actuality or die right on the spot. That's where the power is, power of life and death, and that's in your hand in case of thoughts. You decide which thought lives and dies, which you pay attention, you don't. You just move on about your life and recognize the intrusive thoughts and let it be. You don't have to fight it, you don't have to resist it, you don't have to tell it to destroy it or burn it or, in your brain. You know how we all do these things. Want to get rid of it. You don't have to do any of it. Just let it be there. Like any other thing that's in there. You walk in the streets and you're going about your business. There are people who are farting. There are people who are burping. There are people who have, body odor. There are people who are thieves. There are murderers. They're all everything around. So you're not going to say, oh, that you got to go out of here because I'm walking. Oh, you farted. You just let them all be. Just focus on your world. Focus on what it is that you want to accomplish and you go about that business. Same thoughts. Thoughts shows up. Just let them be. You don't have to destroy them and make sure they don't exist or they don't. It's thought. That's what the brain does. Okay, let it do its thing, but you just don't, entertain it. That's all. That's what you do. It's as simple as that. The 21 people, 11 likes. What the hell is wrong with you guys? The other 10, what are they doing? Playing with the thumbs? Click on like. Damn it. Tell me you hear all these things in some of the channels. So click on like. I want to see that 21 right now. All right. Let's see. I scared one person. There's only 12 of them now. At 22. Come on now. 10 more people. Click on like. Don't be lazy. So fragile fingers. Just get on with the like stuff. All right. So, what do we have here? Mm-hmm. And male 27, Sarajevo. Ah, that's where you're from, Sarajevo. Okay. So, I'm male 27 years. I don't know what I want anymore when I think about girls. Okay, we talk about that. But when I try to test myself and when I think about girls, I get erection, but when I try to test myself and think about, guys, and reaction is fast breathing. I says, why do you have to put a thought that you're not about into your head and then wonder why am I, getting anxious? Well, why do you put a knife close to your eyes and say, well, why am I scared? So why do you do something that is obnoxious to you? Don't do it. You know, to be a heterosexual doesn't mean that you got to go and do homosexual things and be okay with it. Just be heterosexual. Do your life. You don't have to keep testing yourself. Oh, listen, I told you, brain has a capability of making associations to almost anything in a flash of a moment that you can't even recognize. And then your body can react to a thought that the thought has created and connected and associated whatever the occasion is or subject is to a concept of sex. You can look at a bicycle that it looks to you, it looks, oh great, if I have this bicycle, I'd probably be hot and that girl would like me. And suddenly you're into the concept of sex, and then you say, oh, I got a little arousal. Was it because to the bicycle? So I'm a bicycle sexual? because the brain has such capability of associating almost anything. You see some muscle of some guy, then you recognize your own muscle. What do you want your muscle for? You want your muscle to be in shape so you can have good sex with your girlfriend. And then suddenly you're in the concept of sex because the association took place in a flash of the moment. And then you say, oh, I thought of arousal and that was that guy's muscle triggered it. So that's homosexual reaction. No, it was it was an association of the muscle to your muscle to the girl and the concept of sex and all that. The brain has a capability of associating things in a flash of the moment to so many things and tangents that you're not supposed to be thinking that whatever triggers. So if you look at the pole, some flagpole, and then you can think of sex. Who knows? Because pole looks like, I don't know, dick and your dick and then your girlfriend, and you go on and say, oh, pole, that means I was gay because I liked it. No, it's an association of everything. Pretty much your identity, a human being's identity is about sexuality, her own sexuality. So pretty much anything you see a romantic moment, you think about sex. And if a guy passes by and you're thinking about sex, and then the association of sex, and you say, oh, that was the guy, oh, maybe it was, you question all these things because you're constantly trying to make sure that you're at the top of whatever gender you are. Any gender you are, you want to make sure you're the best of it. And therefore, you constantly check in to make sure not deviating from just leave it all alone. Leave it all alone. Live your life. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. The problem is that since childhood you've been trained that you have to prove things. You have to prove anything to somebody, some entity. Constantly you're in motion of proving yourself. Now to the point that you actually trying to prove who you are to your brain. This is why you keep checking. You got to prove. To what? To the brain's intrusive thoughts abilities. Why? That brain works for you. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. But you've been trained to constantly prove, which means you're constantly not supposed to be sure. And if you want to be sure, you got to prove, you got to test. All these bullshit have been planted in your head since childhood. You got to pass an exam to prove that you're good. You got to do this to prove that you're a good boy or a good girl. All proving. And now OCD makes you think that you got to prove that you're a heterosexual. You got to prove that you like girls. You got to prove how? I got to look at the naked body of a guy, see if I get an erection. No, none of that shit's supposed to take place. And if you did get an erection, it's because it's a connotation and association of sex. Naked body, man, woman, whatever. Naked body, sex. So any naked thing you see associates with sex, and then sex, you say, oh, that was a guy though, but you weren't having any kind of a reaction to the guy, you were having a reaction to the concept of sex, because that naked part of the body or naked thing or the round thing or the statue or a back end of a horse or whatever it was, it has an association. The brain associates it with sex. And then you're not supposed to say, oh, I saw the hindquart of that horse and then I thought of sex and then that means I'm a homosexual. No, it just association of almost anything goes back to sex. So let all that leave you. Don't be concerned about proving, testing, examining, making sure. All of that shit is the intrusive malfunctioning of the brain. Intrusive thoughts that are being created in the brain. That's all. Don't play with it. Leave it. Ignore it. You have the veto power. And focus on what it is you want to build in your life. And everything will be fine. And Steven says, I shouldn't have worked night shift last night to avoid that girl. I'll be working with her tomorrow anyway. Yeah, don't worry about it. She's a loser. That's all. That's all you should see. Simple. Steven says, I woke up just recently by thinking of the previous ex. I don't know why it's like this breakup trigger. It's natural. When you seem to be not having what you were having or wanted to have, and it makes you feel that there's a void. Now you want to fill that void with pretty much anything, and that would be the what seems to be available and it's easy, and that's the ex, which is trying to get in touch with you and so on and so on, which would be a mistake to go back to her. Remember what I just said. It's a mistake to go back because you're not choosing her because she's the tastiest thing on the menu. You're choosing her because they don't have any of the other things on the menu. That's the only thing that is available. And you're hungry. So your choice could be maybe momentary, but in these sort of cases, it'll stick for the rest of your, life, or at least a few years, which is going to be wasted. And you're going to be in the worst condition then, because then you're going to say, oh, I'm 50 years old and I wasted 10 years of my life with this jerk, and then now I don't like her because she never was what I was looking for. Think about it now. So you don't be bamboozled. Right now there's a void, and you got to make sure that you won't just take someone in because you want to make yourself convinced that, hey, listen, I'm good. Yeah, you're good. You don't have to have anybody just says hello just so that you feel good about yourself. So she left. Who gives a shit? We've talked about it before. She was not. Remember, you got to focus on her not being qualified, not that she was qualified. No, she was pretty, maybe, turned you on, but in fact, her behavior tells you that's not a behavior of a strong woman. That's not a behavior of a normal person. If you wishy-washy back and forth and not have the guts and always, in the monotone, no excitement, you gotta have somebody who's got passion, who fights with you, argues with you, but also loves you passionately and respects you and wants this to create something rather than just be like that and, nonchalant, nothing's happening, all good, and then suddenly, boom, they change their whole persona and I'm not interested anymore. Why don't you say anything? Why? Because they have no real credibility about themselves in their own mind. And they're just hoping that somebody who doesn't want them would want them so they will feel good about themselves. Did you hear what I said? They're hoping somebody that wouldn't want them. They're looking for someone who doesn't want them. I hope that the person who doesn't want them so they can feel good about themselves. But when they want them, the person who they don't want him to want them, when that person wants this girl, then the girl says, why is he wanting me? He must not be good enough. Then I don't want him. The person that she went after, because the person wasn't interested, the person that this girl went after because that person wasn't interested in her. That's what she wanted. But when she got him interested in her, she no longer wanted him. That's really fucked up. These are the girls that you're supposed to avoid because they're not really sure themselves. They have no backbone. You cannot rely on them. Whatever you are, whoever you are, man, woman, if you're looking for someone because that someone doesn't want you and you think therefore that person is valuable, but then when she wants you or he wants you, you say, why does this person want me? I don't think I'm that much. So if she wants me, that means she's not really that good. So I don't want her. But that's the same person you really wanted. So this, your girlfriend, was one of those. Because as you said, she pursued you, and treated you well. And when you became interested, treated her well, and you were just couldn't get enough of her, she said, I don't want you. So you see, that's an imbalanced personality. You invest on them and you have a life on with them, and then suddenly they change. Why? Because they don't have the confidence in themselves. It's not you. It's really their own ingredients that is not ready. And Baboxi says, I'll be a little longer. Longer? What do you mean? Longer for what? Okay. Let's see. Let's see what you mean. And James says, James 29 from England. Hello, James. Good of you to join us. And Boboxi says, male 43 years old. Thank you for that. Slovenia. Thank you for that. Europe. I thank you for that. And how about you add Earth? Male 43. Slovenia, Europe, Earth. Says, I have children with my ex. All right. We all live in my family house since she do not want to go out of my house. Okay. I moved in other apartment since it is 3-apartment building. It's a building with 3 apartments and she's staying but she doesn't want to be with you. Yeah? And Boboxi says we have on court of law to move out but it takes 3 years now and we are waiting to court to start working. Here our court really slow. Okay. Problem is now what she is turning children against me. When we take family treatment, she diagnosed borderline disorder. Now she's listening on hallways when kids are with me. I do not have money to go in another apartment. All right. She's bringing home mans to make me jealous. When kids are with me, she reports to social services of every mistake that I make with children. Oh my goodness. She's an angel, isn't she? Bobaxi says, but they are for now on my side. Good. And give report that I am better parent. Good. But she is very manipulative and try to get to me over kids. Now they are more on her side than on mine. The youngster who is 9 is under her influence. Now I am divorced for 3 years. I really do not know what to do. I'm afraid that I will get ill. Why should you get ill? Because if you love your children and you hate what she's doing? You won't get ill. I tell you what to do. It says, all the time I'm under feeling of guilt, fear, obligation. Thank you for all the answers. Okay, Bob Skill, or no, Boboxy. There are no guilt for you. You're a good father, obviously, from what I just read here. Stick to that. That's your biggest, most important function, duty, responsibility, and if you want to call it, weapon. What? To be the best father you can be to those children. Don't worry about what they might think of you because of what she says to them. You just focus on your action and treatment of them, not words. Try to change your mind. Try to change their mind against what the mother has told them about you, which is not true. You focus on your action and treatment of them, meaning focus on what brings them success, meaning help them with their homework, do homework with them, take them to sports, have fun with them. Don't even talk about their mothers. If they say anything, say you gotta love your mom. They will hear you and they will automatically compare that with what the mother says about you. And they will form their own honest opinion that the mother keeps creating negative energy in us about father. But when we see father, father plays, father doesn't talk about mother, father helps with homework, I get good grades, father teaches me, father makes food, and father is normal, not so soft or so strict. So you children want a certain kind of a discipline, a certain kind of an order. So don't keep trying to give favors in order to compete with the mother so they will think good of you. No, you create a normal circumstance for them. If they're good, you praise them for normal amount, not more. If they're not doing good, you ask them, please don't do this. This is not part of the way that we would function and the way that you can be successful. Do your studies, that comes first. Let's do this, let's clean up here, let's say. So with your action, and be compassionate, be caring, always put them forward, put them first, ahead of you. In action, be the role model, not by talking against their mother. That cannot be a role model. Just try to solve. Even if they say something bad about their mothers, you say, your mother loves you and she's trying to do her best for you. So you better love her and respect her. They will hear that. And when the mother tells them your father is an asshole, they'll say, why is he an asshole? He always says you're such a good person, in their mind. So naturally, through your actions, compassion, care, proper behavior, and treatment for their success, teaching them, having fun with them, and normal life, not bribing them with toys and this and that for no reason. They will see the changes that you're making in their lives that makes them successful in their studies, in their ability to socially deal with things, in how life is, what to prepare, how to prepare. It's a father's job if the mother is not doing it. They will see the difference and they will naturally not listen to her nonsense anymore. You just focus on being the best father you can be. And also do some things for the mother, like tell them, kids, could you please give this to your mom? A little envelope. Say, make sure you give it to mom. A little bit money. Maybe a little bit money. I don't care how much. The child remembers that my father gave me money to give to my mother. Huh? And when he gives it to the mother and she opens it up and she doesn't say anything good, the child will question in his mind or her mind, why my mother does not appreciate. Little by little, they see the mother's real nature because you're being all honest and good and caring and disciplined in order. You have created an order for their lives. And they see the mother constantly say bad things about you. They will figure it out. Don't try to compete with the mother by bad mouthing her. In fact, say good things about the mother. And give them gifts to give to the mother once in a while, not all the time, once in a while. When you buy something for the kids, like candies, cookies, or something, you say, this is for you, this is for you, and this is for your mom. Take it for the mom. Don't eat it, that's mom's. They will see the kindness in you, and they will be surprised by the way the mother talks about you because it's contrary to your actual behavior. They will form their own uh, minds on that. But focus on being the best father you can be. Provide for them, be the best father, do homework with them, do sports with them, have fun with them, and create that order of life for them, that there is a secure place for them. And be open for them to talk to you, but never say anything bad about their mom, and always encourages them to love their mom, and that will show them your real heart. And if the mother is not doing the same thing, they will see it. It might take a while, but it will work. And they will be your friends forever because you were honest with them. You wanted the best for them. So you didn't bash their mother all the time. Sometimes maybe needed, but not necessarily. Logically discuss with them. They will see it. All right. And OCD HZZZ, I don't know, how did you come up with that name? Says, male 27, Sarajevo, Europe. What to do with thoughts when you have feelings like you want it? Never ever have thoughts about same sex in my life. Yeah, that you have to understand that there are different things that the brain is doing. Brain is an apparatus, is a computer that is used by you to create something, learn something, achieve something, design something, produce something, accomplish something. But the brain is also an apparatus that it uses itself to create thoughts. That has nothing to do with you. That's unbeknown to you. That's a separate system. That's independent from you. Your problem is that you think what brain does, the thought that brain makes, is the thought that you're making. You're not making those thoughts. So when the thoughts of such kind that you explained shows up, you have to understand these are not your intentions. These are not your thoughts. These are brain suggestion. Like if you're walking in the street, somebody utters something, and you just pay no attention or say, that's nonsense. That person is saying it. That's not my idea. So same thing. When the brain says something, that's the brain saying something. That's not your saying something. So don't be influenced by it. Don't pay attention to it. Don't try to respond to it. Don't try to think it as something you have to attend to it. It's the brain, so let it be. All right. Chester says, glad you like the song, Mehran. Don't worry, you pronounced the word correctly. My question is, how do you overcome doubt in oneself? For example, if you're trying to accomplish something, but you are where's the rest of it? Oh, like if you're trying to accomplish something, okay. My question is, for example, if you're trying to accomplish something, okay, let me read. My question is, how do you overcome doubt in oneself? For example, if you're trying to accomplish something, but you are instantly overwhelmed with lots of negative thoughts, thinking about all the consequences or scenarios that could happen to you, that you can't accomplish it, I really want your insight on this matter. All right. I guess you have another thing here that you said, but let's deal with this one. Look, the brain is spawned in negative energy to begin with. Its mandate is to be negative because its job is to protect you. The only way it can protect you is to be negative, to think about shit, to think about dangers, to think about possibilities, consequences of what you want to do. Of course, it depends on what scenario you're talking about. I'm sure if you want to, let's say, I don't know, make food, it's not going to say, oh, but you may cut your finger. But it might say that, but you can see where it's coming from. It's trying to protect you and is focusing on things that are pretty much minute possibility, but it's a possibility. But its job has been sharpened to constantly focus on dangers. That's the OCD brain, a brain that is on doubtful mission, because that's the condition, OCD. It's a doubting disease. It doubts whatever that it is that you want to accomplish. It doubts it, but because it has lost its belief in itself that, listen, you don't have to focus on all the negative things. You can actually focus on all the things that it's possible for you to do. For example, if you want to do a track meet, it can tell you, oh, well, what are you going to compete? You're going to lose anyhow. Oh, yeah, maybe, but I like to try it because I may actually have benefit for my fitness. I want to run in that race. I want to see how bad I am. I don't want to see how good I am. I want to see how bad I am. But I'm going to do my best to make a good show. But the brain is going to say, what if you fall and break your neck? What if you you fall and, hit your hand or something? You say, well, listen, that's a risk that comes with it. If I go swim in the ocean, there could be sharks there. I hope they're not, because I still want to experience being in the ocean. And the chances are the shark is not that close to the shore. So you weigh the changes, so you kind of see it, but the brain doesn't see it. Why? The $1,000,000 question. Because brain is not the center for intellect. Intellect is not localized in the brain. When Dr. Wilder Penfield from Montreal between 1930s and 1960s was looking for cure for epilepsy, same field that Dr. Roger Sperry was focusing on, Dr. Penfield realized that when he's doing, and he had done thousands of operations on the brain while the patient was awake, because the brain doesn't feel pain. I mean, you go through the skin and the scalp and the skull through local anesthesia. But once you're in the brain doesn't feel the pain. So the patients were awake when he was testing and probing. And he could make the patient stimulate part of the brain and localize where he could stimulate, and the patient would, raise a hand or twitch a muscle in the face, or even see a light by probing the occipital lobe, and the eye would maybe see a light, or stimulate the speech center and make the person blabber something not meaningful, but just something that's a speech center. But they could never localize. He could never localize. He found out, and he clearly and carefully made logs and reports on all these operations, kept a record. Under no circumstances they could localize intellect, meaning they could not localize mathematical center where the brain does math, localize compassionate center where the person would be talking about, I don't know, intellectual things, talking about justice and so on. They could never find somewhere where the person could be probed to talk about Shakespeare. And he actually questions, says epilepsy that starts somewhere, if it's all in the brain, if all these intellects are in the brain that can be localized in the brain, such as mathematics, compassion, talking about psychology, so talking about um, sociology and philosophy. If they can all be localized, they have a local place in the brain. Then, if they actually have a physical place in the brain as a center, then why is it that we never have intellectual seizures? Why a person who has a seizure doesn't turn out to be a seizure about Shakespeare, about mathematics? They don't have a seizure start doing math. They don't have a seizure talking about Shakespeare. They don't have a seizure talking about compassion. They don't have a seizure talking about, philosophy. So the intellect is not in the brain because the brain doesn't have an intellect. It's a computer, it's equipment, it's a machine, material process. But they cannot localize intellect in the brain. That's very important for you to find out, which means you are not the brain. Brain is not you. You're beyond brain. Your intellect is in the mind, and the mind is not localized in the brain. If you understand that, then you will be clear that the fact that your brain is causing negativity for your achievements is because it is only reacting to what its mandate and program is to protect you. It doesn't have a judgment, intellectual ability to judge it based on what it is that you're going to gain and what you want to do. Its job, primary job, is to focus on fear, protection, and so on and so forth, not really understanding what else is it that you want to do. It just focuses and tries to promote that, what it is supposed to do. And when it tells you you cannot accomplish this because its job is to tell you that, because then he would feel that he has fulfilled his duty by making sure you're afraid of everything. If it was only up to brain, we would be afraid of doing everything. Humanity would never advance to anything that we are today or anything that we could be. We would still be what we were. Why? Because the brain is not having the intellect. It would just limit you to keep you safe, not to advance you. It is the mind that is the intellect that actually goes outside and searches for possibilities. So you rely on your willpower and your veto. So you veto the suggestion of the brain says you can't do it. So, well, the hell with you, I can. That's all. The hell with you, I can. Because I am the boss. I decide to do it. I don't care who you are. Because if you was such a person in your corporation that you'd hired, that every time you wanted to do some project that you had thought it through and calculated and see that it could be possibly beneficial to the corporation, if that person constantly would vote it down, you would fire him. So get the hell out of here. You're too negative for this team. Same thing you do with this. You just override it because the brain does not encapsulate your intellect. And Manu says, hi Meron, your live content is so precious. Always nice to see your talk. Well, delighted to hear that. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Emmanuel Perez says, hello Meron, male 28 Boston. Thank you for that. Emmanuel says, how can I stop being exceedingly impressed about an adult woman in church? She is the sweetest, kindest, and most understanding woman I've ever known. But at the same time, I feel I could be exaggerating. I want to like her less. Why? The fact is that you've made an image of her, about her in your mind, You're not necessarily in touch with her actuality. You see her in church for an hour or so, and she's at her best foot forward and the kindest because it's church. She's supposed to be. But she could have days that you can't go near her, but you don't see those days. Those days are the days she's not in church. She comes to church, the whole spirit of it, the whole idea of it, the whole scenario of it, the whole engagement in that realm, in that environment, changes her mood into what she is there supposed to accomplish. So that would be being compassionate, being nice, being kind, and all that. And that's how you see her. But you don't see her when how she behaves in coffee shops or at her home, or when something goes wrong, or all these other things. You cannot take a snapshot of someone's life and consider that snapshot describes the whole entirety of her being and her attitude and manners. You're also having a good days and you're all spiffied up and good, cleaned up and properly speaking and happy and so on, maybe for half an hour, but in some environment. But you're not always like that. So she's the same, and you're always seeing her in that environment. So just consider she's a human being. She's no angel, right? She's trying to learn to be an angel, but she'll never be an angel. Everybody has their time and their, capacities. So you keep on that role that she has for more than 10 hours on that day, she's eventually going to say, fuck off, all of you. Let me go and have my tea. Supposedly. I'm just joking. She's probably very nice. But what I'm trying to say is that do not judge her entirety by the snapshot of that experience that you have in church with her. And Stephen says, I tell myself now that I don't want this girl that broke up with me, but why do I get so bothered seeing her at work like she doesn't even care about me and all happy? Because she knows that you're, at her heels. You're no challenge for her anymore. You're just ready for her to say hello, and you say, hello. You just shit all over yourself because of your desire for pleasure and because you could have sex with her. Instead of focusing on who she is, that she's incapable, incompetent, unreliable character, as you well know, but you only focused on her cuteness in shape and softness and all that. But that's just a front. That wasn't her. This is her. That she has no confidence. That as soon as she saw that she got you, she suddenly doesn't want you. Why? You're even better than you were at the beginning, because at the beginning you were not paying so much attention to her. She was. Now that she's made you pay attention to her, she doesn't want you. What does that tell you? It's just what? The jello is no backbone. All right. The jello was a good example, wasn't it? And Chester says, oh no. Aman says, I feel anxious and ashamed to go to psychiatrist. Why? And explaining my problem to them. Why? That's their job. They're there to help. I haven't went to anybody yet. Also, I feel doubt that I would not get cured even after going to any psychiatrist. It's not a cure. It's a mental state that everybody has. Only in the case of people with OCD, they start believing their brain. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Stop believing your brain and find a psychotherapist who's an expert in OCD and subsets of OCD, including HOCD. Don't just go to any psychologist or psychotherapist. They may know shit about this subject. Go to a psychotherapist who's an expert in his or her research about OCD, HOCD, and understands this. Just because somebody is a doctor doesn't mean he can treat anything. Some doctor is specialist in kidney, the other one in heart, the other one in this and that, so forth. So you can't expect the specialist in something else to be good at something else that you need them to be good at. Same thing here. You go to a psychologist, it has to be a psychologist expert, specialist in OCD and subsets of OCD, including HOCD, pedophile OCD, religious OCD, harm OCD, responsibility OCD, all kind of other OCDs. Okay? Just as says Maron, I agree with your talk about proving. It's kind of like asking a person if they hate being shot at and then telling him that he's going to shoot you to prove that you don't like being shot at. Yeah. Says, yeah, it's like saying, be careful when you go to the ocean. Don't go to more than 200 meter or 100 meter into the ocean. There could be sharks. Now I'll prove it to you. Why don't you go over 150 meter and see that I'm right? Okay, Eminem. Okay, is there any M that you're missing here? Maybe more. Says Manuel from Germany. Ah, guten Tag. Wie geht's heute? And 31, my breakup is now, the German gets in there. My breakup is now 1.5 years ago. Okay, we had no contact since then. I live my life and could follow my life goals, which is not a relationship, but still want a person like her. Yeah. So what's wrong? Exactly like her in life. Is that normal after that long period? Yeah, well, because that's the only experience you have. Don't want someone exactly like her. Allow another woman to come to your life and see what you like about her. Because if you're constantly trying to compare whatever it is that you want to buy, let's say you go to a store, and you constantly think about the suit that you saw 2 years ago somewhere else, then you cannot try any new suit because none of them are like that one. When you wear one of these new suits, you may say, hey, this is really much better than the other one, even looks better than me. But you never will know if you don't try it on, that particular suit, or I don't know, tie or whatever it is with the suit that you have. So allow her to come into your life and see how you feel in her interaction with you. And then you would not be focused on how your girlfriend used to be a year and a half ago. You will be focusing on what this woman's amazing abilities or character is to you, and you will learn what things could be better than the other one or not. But stop comparing and seeing her for who she is rather than seeing her but perceiving somebody else into this experience of observing her, and then you never get a chance to know who she is because there's always a cover over her with the characteristics of the old girlfriend. Doesn't let you to see the beauty and the ability and what she brings to this relationship, this new girl. So doesn't matter what you think you like, just allow this other girl that you find something interesting in her, even though it's not like the other one, just let them show you how interesting they are and look for interesting things in them, not in same things that you found in the other one. Just anything interesting about them, make that to be an opener, and then from there on you see what they're all about and how you feel about them. So be open first and then compare. Don't compare first. You can't then know what this person is. Just be open first and then see, oh, it's pleasant, oh, it's good. And then you can compare, says, actually, I like this one better in that case. Okay, Aman says, the girl whom I have a crush on thinks me as someone below her or not worth as herself. I feel low self-esteem around her. Yeah, because you feel that way because you want something from her. You want to be liked, you want to touch her, you want to kiss her, you want to, be with her. Stop wanting anything from her and treat her like she's just a human being rather than she's someone that I want to be with. So when you don't need her, you will see her for who she is, and she will be able to interact with you freely and based on who you are rather than you constantly trying to mold yourself in what she wants you to be, which that would not let her see the real you. It will let her see what you're acting as or thinking that she likes. Maybe she's not like that at all. How do you know what she likes? First, get to know her. To get to know her is to be yourself first. And it says, when I try to feel little good for myself around her, I caught in fear that I'll become cocky. So what? No, don't become cocky. Don't overdo it. Just be normal. Be yourself and let her be normal. Don't need anything from her. Don't try to, in your mind, oh, I'm going to do this, say hello, so maybe she will, I don't know, become my friend. Or just say hello because you think she's nice. That's all. And see what happens. See what comes out of it. Stephen says, you're right, Mehran. I kept asking myself, what's wrong with me? Why is she acting different now when I've done nothing bad to her? Because you're expecting her to judge you. I've done nothing bad. I have done something bad. Why is she just look at her? She's just another human entity, and your whole infatuation about her is not because she's such a great, amazing character, always there for you. It's because you want to be between her legs. That's all you have in your mind. And for that reason, she becomes almighty to you. Why? Because you are seeking pleasure. You want something from her. You need something from her. Get that need out, you would have treated her properly according to what she deserves, according to her reaction and in negotiation of life and what she brings into the mix. Instead, you were focused on she's the embodiment of your desire, therefore she must be put on pedestal and hope that she will look at you, and all that neediness made her feel have a big head. What is she? Look at her. Everybody has pretty body these days. It's not limited to her. And it says, I've done nothing. She was constantly pushing me away after I showed the same interest as her in the beginning. Yeah, well, of course, because lack of confidence she has. There's like Yoda talking lack of confidence she has. And Stephen says, I found it strange she would never let me inside her apartment. Yeah, very strange. First, she said it was a mess. Second time after our trip, asked if I could stay over since I was tired from the drive. She said, it's a mess, clothes everywhere. Then on that last date, I didn't want to drive home because I drank a lot. Asked to stay over. She said the owner is very traditional and there is cameras that she never let anyone over. I just found it so strange. Plus, when she was drunk, she kept going on how she has no friends and is lonely. Yeah, you're still, analyzing this and that, so forth. Just simply cut and dry. Look at her today. Don't worry about what she said, what you wanted for this reason. I wanted that, and she didn't allow me, and she excused it. Forget all that shit. Look at her, what she did. She's an unreliable, irresponsible person towards a relationship. Simple. She came after you, she got you, then she started paying attention to her. Now she started pulling back. So that's a floppy thing. The rest of it is bullshit. The way she acts and reacts to you, look at her now. She's not qualified to be your girlfriend. That's all. I don't care, how her ass looks like or how pretty she is or whatever it is that you think of her. She's not treating you well. So remember, if this wheel doesn't turn for me, I don't care if it turns at all. If this beauty or fitness or whatever it is that you like, it's not being offered to you, then you shouldn't give a damn how she looks or whatnot. You focus on what person who is out there who's paying attention to you and she likes to be your girlfriend or at least get to know you. That's what you focus. See her for who she is. Who she is not someone that is treating you the way she should or the way that you want a girlfriend, a woman, to treat you. So therefore, she's not qualified. You disqualify her based on her inability to comply with what a relationship needs in order to survive. She didn't. And she got stuff what she wanted out of you. I don't know, whatever it was, time, freedom, or happiness, or sex, this and that. Now it's a lack of character. So let it be. Go on. Look, in California, so many women out there, my goodness. All right. Wine Love says, hello, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, Wine Love. Wine Love says, female, 30, Los Angeles. My ex got into rebound marriage during COVID because he was too lonely. I dumped him since we had different values. He seemed to share same values with the new wife since crazy them fly to Hawaii. Oh, during pandemic and having parties at home. I don't understand how. See, Mehran, we are so different, but I am annoyed it didn't work out between us. I still loved him a lot. Well, you loved the idea of him. You loved the idea of you having a boyfriend that would love you and you would love him. And he was the one who could actually make that happen because he was the man in the relationship, and you wanted a man in your relationship, and he was there. You were in a relationship with him, and the idea of him loving you, loving him, and all that was good. That's the idea that you were in love with, not him. Why? Because he obviously wasn't hitting it off with you. So different, it says, in the mentality. And look, he's jumped up and married somebody else in the pandemic and is going to Hawaii for parties. I mean, going to Hawaii is good, but the parties and all that in the pandemic time. So obviously it's different mentality. So if you look at the persona, you will see he's not qualified. But look at the idea you would miss, and you think you're missing him. You're missing the idea, not him, because clearly he wasn't qualified. He wasn't compatible. You can see it yourself, and you say it yourself. You know it yourself. But why is it that you still want him? You don't want him. You want the idea. And he was the one who could actually bring the idea to fruition. So focus and see the difference between person and the idea. The idea is still good. The person wasn't qualified. So separate them and you'll see why you don't want to be with this guy, and you won't miss him. And just because somebody else has picked up what you threw out doesn't mean that suddenly became valuable. Look, you threw out for the reasons you did. You discontinued it, right? For whatever reason. That reason still exists no matter who comes along and picks that up. You throw a bottle cap that you collect bottle caps. And this one, you had so many of them, or you don't think it's nice. You don't want to keep it. You throw it away. And somebody else who captures or collects bottle caps picks it up and says, oh, great, I want it. Now suddenly you say, oh, what do you mean? Somebody picked it up, so it must be good. No. No matter who picks it up, it still has the same flaws and the reasons that you didn't want it. You didn't want it. So don't be fooled by the fact that somebody else picked up. That's becoming weak-minded. That because somebody else paid attention to that what I did not pay attention to, I should pay attention to because somebody else did. Well, somebody else may actually like to eat shit. Do you have to eat shit because now she ate it, then that must be good? No. Stick with your principles. Stick with the differences and what defines you. Protect that. All right. This is going to be a long haul today. What is it? 16 people, 20 likes? That's all right. It's a good odds. I'll take that. And let's see who else do we have here. And Wine Love says he seemed like he got family he always wanted with this girl. Help me cope with this betrayal feeling. Thank you. I just did. And Wine Love says, I also feel like a loser. Why? Because somebody picked up what you threw out? That's being a loser if you think that way. Stop thinking that way, you won't be a loser. For staying home now when he is living the life with new wife. I feel like I lost too. You lost what? You make your own decisions. You believe that you should stay home to be safe, then you stay home to be safe. Because it's all about psychology of your mind. You want to be comfortable in however it is that you're living. So you feel it's safe to stay home, stay home. Oh, but because he's having fun, so I should also go out. No. He's having fun with with his girlfriend and other people, and whether it's right or wrong, who knows? But to you, it's right to stay home in the pandemic or not to travel here and there. Fair enough. That's what you think. You shouldn't be, you know, enticed to think somebody else's decisions are better for you. It's better for them, maybe. And they will, deal with the consequences if there is any. Why should you have to feel that way? So especially during Christmas and holidays. Come on, Christmas and holiday is something to appreciate life, appreciate all the blessings that we have. It's not about being with someone and not being with someone. It's about being with life. It's about understanding yourself, learning yourself, understanding your psyche, and being able to be happy in knowledge, in education, in learning about how this thing works. I sound like Captain Kirk. Mr. Spock. All right. Okay. And Wine Love says, also I have information. What? Informational OCD? Oh, you gotta know everything? I need to find out what my BFs got their ex-GFs for, oh God, for Christmas. You're a novelty, aren't you? You gotta go to space for that. It's a Christmas, even before we met, or where they traveled to before. Why am I like this? Because you think by knowing that information, you can kind of feel like you're in the loop, because you want to be in the loop. But the brilliance of the whole thing is that in many things in life, if you're not in the loop, you can keep your sanity and you can be happy. And knowing about every other shit that people do, it's not necessarily good at all. It's just waste of your time. It's not your shit. Let them deal with their own. You deal with your own thing. And I can't help but digging into and compare. Well, if you dig into learning about your psyche and learning more about yourself, you will get a lot more out of it than just digging to find some garbage information that is useless. There are some people in the world, they just try to learn things that is useless, totally useless. Like it's got no use, but they try to mention that. Like, and it's a hobby, but it gets you nowhere really, honestly. And focus on yourself, focus on learning things, focus on getting more fit. If you're not fit, focus on things that you love to create out of your life, to build, to prepare for. Just do yourself a favor instead of trying to figure out what other people's are busy with. Aman says, I feel laziness like of go to the psychologist and take this suffering to an end, how to put up and not doubt to go to the psychologist. What's doubt? You got to find the specialist. Make sure it's a specialist of OCD and HOCD. Otherwise, it's no good to go. You got to find the right psychotherapist. And Petite Man says, greetings, male UK 19. I have been really struggling with my self discipline. The lockdown is really getting to me. Any advice, Mehran? Yeah, just don't give a shit. Just live your life. Like if there is no lockdown, but do the lockdown things. Like, in other words, take care of yourself, whatever it is that your rules and regulations ask your authorities say. But consider whatever you're doing is what's available for you to do, and what you want to do, what you can be doing given the circumstances, rather than thinking, I can't do this because there's lockdown. I can't do this because there's I'm doing this, but you're constantly having your mind separated from your body, thinking about something that is hindering your abilities to do other things that you used to do, and in that way you won't even enjoy what it is that you're doing, because you're constantly thinking about, I should have been able to do that other thing. I'm doing this because it's a lockdown. Just free yourself from that. Says, okay, this is what it is, and this is what I can do. What did the prisoners in World War II did when they were all in contained areas? All you made plans. They did things. They, with whatever ability, whatever was available, they made that to be alive until situations changed. You can't be sitting there saying, I was at home with my girlfriend. I was at home and having tea at, I don't know, wherever, Tim Horton, or you can't be doing that when you're sitting in some kind of a environment that there are 1,000 people are being kept as prisoners. You gotta find things that you guys can find to do at that moment in that environment, and make that to be alive in order to go through that. Otherwise, you'll go crazy because you can't see how things are, and you're always in the memory, and you will be constantly comparing, and nothing would be comparable to what it used to be. So you'll all be depressed. Leave that alone and focus on what it is that needs to be done, and then until things change. All right. Snowman says, hi, Meran. Love your new hat and Star Wars. Yes. This is what I got in as Christmas present. My new hat. So, Snowman says, I need your advice. Male Boston 35. Right? And let's go to Snowman. Snowman says, I felt toxic relationship. We only dated for 1 year. I left the toxic relationship. We only dated for 1 year, but I am still having trauma from it. I keep replaying things that happened between us and think to myself, how did I let her treat me so badly? Yeah, but it's not now. It was then. So you were treated badly then once, and you now keep treating yourself the same way by remembering it, so that one time, or whatever time it was, is now multiplying by you remembering it. What for? Because you don't think you did enough then in order to fend that off or respond to that. And now you want to respond to it in your memory, because the brain doesn't understand if it's virtuality or actuality. So you go in the memory, you're trying to fix it and modify it and bring satisfaction to yourself as far as your conduct or retaliation or actually treatment of the way that you were treated, responding to the way you were treated at that time, but you're doing it now because you think if you do that, then it'll bring you some calmness. Instead, think that was not pleasant. no longer exists. It's dead. It can never bother me. So I'll learn, and next time I won't let anybody to treat me that way, and I will pull off faster. But this time, by keep going to the memory, I'm just reminding myself what a shithead I was. So that's not going to be helpful. So instead, I'm going to focus on the fact and thank God that I've gotten rid of that, and I'm no longer there. Because that wasn't the only thing that was wrong. That was the only thing that you were treated wrongly. There were so many other things in that relationship. It wasn't that only one thing that made you leave. It must have been lots of other things. And so you want to do what? Change all that in your memory? It's going to be a disastrous feeling every day. So the best thing you can do is to focus on the fact, the actuality, the good thing. The one good thing that you should focus on is that we are not together anymore. Fuck it. I'm free, and I don't have to take that shit anymore, that abuse anymore. Her behavior, her treatment, the toxic relationship. By thinking about it more, you will put yourself in the same kind of a jail and a situation that you were then, that you wanted to leave. Now that you've left, you constantly think about where you were that you wanted to leave. You've already done that. It's like you escaped from the jail in the World War II, and you on your freedom, you're on the ship and sailing towards freedom wherever your home country is, and you keep thinking, no, I should have done that when that God did this, I should have done that. You're hurting yourself more. You couldn't, at that moment, you couldn't respond to that guard, the prisoner keeper in the prison camp the way you would have liked to, because the circumstances wasn't making it possible for you to do what you would have preferred to do when you were free. So you couldn't do it. So you can't really get on your case why I didn't behave that way or that way, because the circumstances wasn't allowing you to do what you think you should have done now that you're free. And same thing here. You keep thinking about that. Why you want to think about it? So you left from the prison, the World War prison camp, and you're on your freedom back to your country, and you keep thinking about the place that you were actually thinking, how can I escape from that place? But you're now thinking about it. All the time that you were there, you were thinking how I can escape from it. Now that you've escaped, you're thinking about, oh, why was it so bad there? Well, that's why you wanted to escape, and you did. Now you've escaped, so focus on the escape. Continue your journey. You've already left that toxic relationship because it was toxic. Now that you've left a toxic relationship and you're not in a toxic relationship, you're going to be thinking about a toxic relationship, that why you were in a toxic relationship. Well, it wasn't good. That's why you left, and you have left right now. So stop thinking about the toxic relationship. Have you understood what I say? If you haven't, that makes two of us, because I don't know either. But I think I made sense. And yeah, recaptured when it's re-uploaded. All right. Okay, guys. Aman, you're constantly repeating yourself. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Stop entertaining all these thoughts. Do not interpret them. Do not constantly think about them, because look how many things you keep saying, which are all have the same basis, and they respond to it all the same. So I want you to stop. Take yourself out of this nonsense and start focusing on positive things in your life and not about these thoughts. You're supposed to leave these thoughts so they can die, not pay attention to them so they can feel energized. Snowman says, okay, oh, we did that. And Snowman says, I am taking my responsibility too, but it just hurts so much, too much. How someone you were in love with together would treat me so badly and treat me like garbage later in the relationship. You allowed it to treat you like garbage. Don't allow it, it won't happen. That doesn't mean to, be argumentative or angry or fight with someone. It just means don't pay attention when they're not treating you right. You got to condition people when they are not treating you right. The moment a friend of you uses negative words, that you've cautioned him or her that don't use that tone or don't use those words, they're negative of energy, and they still use it, you just say, okay, I'll talk to you later. I gotta go now. And you do that few times, they will get the idea that every time I do that, now they will be sensitive to say anything bad out of their mouth because they know, they've been conditioned to know that every time they say something of that nature negative, you will leave. And their pleasant conversation or moment that they wanted to be with their friend is severed. So they will not do it. So you got to behave in a way that demands respect without having to be vulgar or fighting or angry or something. By your actions, say, oh, I see, okay, I got to go now. I'll talk to you later. And that's the end of it. And you do that a few times, they'll get it. And even if they ask you, why do you do this? Because I've asked you, don't use these words or these negative connotations or these kind of a interaction with me because I do not appreciate it. I want it to be cordial and positive energy between friends. If you're a friend, then you would respect that because it's supposed to be a fruitful time that two friends spend with each other, not negative and, belittling or abusive or, condescending and these sort of things is not appreciative. And I'm not going to constantly say that if you can't understand it, I protect my own and I respect myself enough not to be in an environment of that sort. Then they'll get it. But usually they'll get it when they see every time they say something shitty, you just leave. And so you can exercise the same thing. But anyhow, whoever she was, whatever she was, you've already left it. So that's a good news, and you got to focus on that. Not that you keep thinking about it. It's just the same as if you're still there. These two monks were traveling on a mission, and they had traveled for I don't know a long time, and they were now on their way back on foot to the monastery. On their way, these two monks had to cross a river. And right at the shore of the river, there was this lady who was scared of the water and didn't know what to do. So one of the monks said, okay, and the lady asked, can you help me? She said, okay, you can come on back and I will take you across the river. The other monk went crazy, the other monk. What are you talking about? That's a sin. You can't touch a woman. You're letting her to right? Anyhow, he helped. He says, listen, the lady needs help. So he got the woman, climbed up on his back, and he carried her to the other side of the river and put her down, and they all went about their ways. And all through the way, the other monk kept telling him, you sinned, you sinned. The master had said you should not have touched that woman. You let her climb on back of you. You sinned. And the monk said nothing. And they kept going for the next 2-3 days, all the time, every half an hour, the other monk kept reminding him, says, you sinned, you shouldn't have, you should have refused, you should be staying with the principles, let her touch you, you touched the woman, that's a sin. And the monk said nothing. Eventually, when they were somewhat closer to the monastery, while he was saying, you sin, he says, listen, I sinned for 5 minutes helping a woman from the other side of the river to the other side. I sinned for 5 minutes. You are talking about it for the past 3 days. So who is the real sinner here? So if you see the moral of the story, is exactly that. You're already free from that nonsense. But you're constantly keeping yourself into that bondage, into that toxic relationship by remembering it. Let yourself forget it. Focus on the beautiful life. Of course, the pandemic and all that shit all over it, but focus on the abundance and possibilities out there. And that's where your mind should be, not on the past. Front. You keep looking at the past while you're going forward, you're going to crash into something. So bring your, head toward forward, and that's it. And focus on the future. And we have Someone says, I'm seeing her in a new relationship right away after me. Who cares? It doesn't matter what. You just, your dog pooed and you threw the poo away in the garbage and somebody went and got the poo and starts eating out of it. You just go, oh, I shouldn't have thrown it out. Maybe there's some nutrition values in there. What? It's still a poo. It doesn't matter who else, what other relationships got involved in. She's still the same person because you already know you were there. Jesus. It's like, you just escape from the prison and you just see that there are more prisoners are being led into the camp. And you say, oh, there are more people going in. Maybe I should go back in. Is that what you're going to say? No. You still say, that shit place is a prison camp. I'm not going to go in there no matter how many more they bring in. You're not going to be encouraged just because somebody else is doing something wrong. Right? So same thing. You were there. Already toxic relationship. Now let somebody else wants to be in toxic. You know what's going to be happening, so you shouldn't even, worry about who she's with. Who gives a shit? It's their poison. And treating the new man like how she loved me so much. What are you so thinking what she loves or doesn't love makes someone valuable or devaluated? Who cares what she loves, what she doesn't love? She fucked up. She wasn't qualified, and you left her. That's it. That's the end of it. Makes me feel like, did I screw it up? No, you didn't screw it up. She was screwed up to begin with. It just hurts so much. No, it doesn't hurt. It just means you're just pussy whipped. You don't be able to have a value for yourself unless some woman says, oh, you're a nice person, but I'm going to abuse you. But you're a nice person. But I'm going to abuse you. But I'm going to tell you you're nice so you will feel okay so I can still abuse you. No, that's not freedom. You're supposed to stand your ground and find some woman that is decent, pleasant, educated, strong, has things to offer, and then you offer your love to her because she can reciprocate. A classy relationship, not something based on, oh, I want sex, so she has that, so it doesn't matter what she does to me. It's toxic, but I left it. But because she can give me sex, so maybe it was good. Maybe I've messed it up. No, these are all, conclusions they come up with. It's all nonsense. All right, Ashram says, afternoon, Mehran. Just dropping in and typing this while I'm on the toilet having HOCD. Heavy object crashing down into the loo. You must let HOCD go. There we go. That's what HOCD should go. And then remember to wipe up. Okay. You certainly brought some class to the occasion. Says, but in all seriousness, I had this idea for a while now, but I am realizing more and more that for me personally, there seems to be a large connection between the continued existence of HOCD and lack of libido due to extremely low self-esteem. After being traumatized by the initial panic and breakdown of it, and then trying to understand it, I developed a self-loathing that infected all faces, all facets of my personality. But these are all thoughts. It doesn't have to be that way. You can ignore them, veto them all, and bring your masculinity out and focus on what you think should be and focus on training yourself to think that way. The brain, if it's not trained, is going to come up with all kind of nonsense. You train the brain how to think, what to think. Give it agenda. No, that's veto. I don't want that. I want you to think this way. No, I'm not going to let that be an action. I want you to think this way. So in other words, you're training the thought. And if the brain doesn't listen, say, okay, fuck you, I'm going to do my own thinking. So you use the apparatus of the brain and to create your own thoughts rather than taking any suggestion of any sort from this idiot that has had the reputation of, oh, it's intelligent. No, there's no intellect here. It's all material process. That's all. And you should know that. So all these things that you're telling me, they're thoughts. Thoughts made by the brain, not by you. They're things that the brain makes you to think that it is so or should be so. And you veto it, say, fuck it, no. I would like it to be the way I say. Because all these that you're hearing, or thoughts that show up, topics that you just said, these are brain's thoughts. They're thoughts. You still think of them as fact. That's why you follow them. Understand these are thoughts, have no actuality, have no basis, have no reality to them, no existence. You are the one who's the life maker. You can simply diss them, ignore them. That's the end of them. You don't have to entertain them. You don't like them, don't entertain them. Throw them in the garbage, just like what you said. It says, the reason and it says, all facets or something which is destroy self. The reason I'm realizing this is because I'm gaining more clarity with strength now. It's taken a while though. So I believe that despite how challenging OCD is sometimes, I'm better equipped to deal with it. Absolutely! Hallelujah! Now you're getting it. In fact, what was it? A very famous psychotherapist, which I forgot his name, and he said that before OCD, HOCD, all the substance of OCD, you're okay. You're good. But after OCD, HOCD experiences and then learning it, how to deal with it, you're better. That's a stronger human being because he had an opportunity to learn about how this fucker ticks and how bamboozling it can get. But now you become the master of this because the jig is up. You now know what it is made out of and how it malfunctions. That's when you become powerful. That's when you start becoming yourself. And that's who you have been meaning to be all the time. But sometimes needs a little bit of some kind of a challenge for us to get to know the information that is out there, and we were duped not to pay attention to it. And that's your understanding of the separation between brain, thoughts, and you. Keep my head down. And it says, I believe this one, yeah, it says, and I think the main focus should be to build my self-esteem through action again. Yes, of course. I just uploaded a video today. I don't know how many of you had the chance to see it. I'm actually disappointed that these good videos only seen by 100 or 200 people. Look, this one that I just uploaded, I want you all to watch it. It's an interesting point that you need to ponder. It's 9 minutes only, but I want you to focus on it. And I usually make sure that when they're, at a certain minutes, that they're long enough, YouTube automatically puts multiple advertisement on them, so it interrupts me when I'm talking. If it's one of these long discussions, I don't mind it because channel got to make money, so the more advertisement they put it, that's fine. But these are long 2-hour discussions. But on the 9 minutes one, I usually once I'm done here, I actually go in there and make sure that it's not having advertisement on it. In fact, let me give you the link to begin with, and I want you guys to watch this after the program is over. Here it is. There it is. There is the, and while I'm here, let me just make sure that the advertisement is not okay. I'm gonna cut off the during, so there is no during, so you can safely watch it without interruption. Maybe just some ad overlay or skippable ad, but nothing during. Oh, there it is. It's set now. And this is the link of it. It's called Why HOCD Gets a Foothold in Your Brain. Why HOCD gets a foothold in your brain. I want you to watch this because I think it's worthy of pondering. And hopefully, when I get around to it and get my act together and get this camera and all that, not giving me a fright of not recording properly, I have a plan to put a video together which is elaborate on scientific neurosurgeons' experiments that proves to you scientifically that you are beyond the brain. And the brain is not you, and you're not the brain. The intellect is within you. And understanding that helps tremendously with our direction in life and who we are and what we are attacked with and what's attacking us, and not be bothered by it a bit by knowing what's at work and how it all gets to be the way it is. The knowledge will set you free. So I'm hoping to be able to provide that in those videos. All right. So now who else we have here? The Wine Love says, since it was Christmas, how do I stop equating how much my BF loves me by how much money he spends on me? Is it normal to think that he got his ex $8,000 bag when he dated her, but got me $2,000? Oh God, don't do that. Don't do that. Always focus on the fact that the one who got $8,000 bag is no longer in the bag. He got rid of that bag and the $8,000 bag. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you're not focusing on the fact that he's with you, not with her. Are you still? I thought you said you broke up. What happened? It's different paragraph, different scenario. What's going on here? Are you confusing me? I'm just going to deal with the question rather than says also have. Now you want to know how much he spent on this one? Is that what you're saying? The X was 8,000, the U was 2,000. Now you're wondering how much he's spending on this other one. Is that what you're saying? Don't give a shit. The 8,000 one, obviously he felt, oh, I shouldn't have spent that much because I'm not with her anymore. So when he got to you, he learned it a little bit better. He says, okay, 2,000 is good enough. I wonder what kind of bag was it that it's 8,000? It's too much money anyhow. That was like, kind of, I don't know, buying her. Otherwise, why would you want to spend $8,000 on a bag? Handbag, $8,000? There's a fucking idiot. You can do better things with that money. And all right. And then she says, I feel like he loved her more since he got her more expensive bags. Who cares what he loved or didn't love? How much do you love yourself? What do you think about yourself rather than what he thinks about you? Who the fuck is he? You're supposed to live with you, so you got to live yourself. And he is in a relationship with you, if he is now or when he was, if he, properly loves you and to the limit that you would be happy, rather than comparing you. How much should you love the other one? What does that have to do with anything? If you're a good teacher teaching the kids in the classroom something valuable and you're a good, well-behaved, kind, compassionate, and attentive teacher, then what do you care how much they like the teacher in the previous class? That interferes with your whole ability to teach them and take care of them. Focus on what it is rather than what his reaction was towards somebody else some other time. Who cares? Wasting your time with that. So then I feel lesser than her. Am I being possessive? No, you're being stupid. And I don't mean it in a bad way. I don't want to disrespect you. I just mean this way of thinking is stupid because you're putting comparison to this and that. And first of all, I thought you're not with this guy anymore in the other paragraph, that he's with somebody else. Either case, doesn't matter. Snowman says, how do I let go of all the lies from my toxic GF? If it's a lie, it's a lie. What do you need to? It's a lie. That's why he left her. She said the craziest lies, and I feel like our whole relationship was a lie. She had a mask on to make me like her from the beginning, make me like her from the beginning, and I fell for it. Okay, now you're wiser and you're out of it. So what's there to bother yourself? I keep questioning her during this toxic relationship, and she made me the crazy one for thinking that between you and her, she wants to make you look crazy. Who cares? The fact is, you're out of that relationship. That's freedom that worth a million. What she thinks or what not, what she made you be, wasting your time. And made me the crazy one for thinking that, why am I missing this toxic person? I just can't let it go. Yes, you can. You're just focusing on the affirmation that you need to get from people. And with this one, you also would get sex and intimacy. And instead of focusing on you giving yourself affirmation with your actions in life, negotiation of life, and accomplishments in this life, that's the affirmation you get. Bettering yourself, moving yourself up in the way of education and know-how and preparation for your life. That's how you affirm yourself. And instead, you're waiting for some idiot to affirm you. What has she made out of herself to affirm you? Who's died and left her in charge to be the affirmation guru or authority for you, that you are now hungry for her affirmation? Huh? What? What has she done in this life? Has she cured a common cold, or what? Got the pandemic go away? Or what has she done? Feeding the elderly and needy and the children food and medicine and shelter? Is that what she's doing? Is that how great she is? What the fuck has she done that you need her affirmation? No, you just wanted sex, and you've been, weak-minded, being beaten in the head and believing that she's better than you because she, I don't know, she's toxic and abusive. Build yourself and bring that power that you have, power of accomplishment, learning and educating yourself, and experiences that you come across in life, such as this shitty one, teaches you lessons on how to become stronger and what things to watch out for. And then you become wiser and smarter for the next time. And that's what you count on to get your affirmations from lessons you learn from life. Otherwise, who is she to give you affirmation? If she was any good, you wouldn't have left her, or at least, you would have not looked this way. All right. Ash says, I was going crazy when you stopped reading my message halfway through to repeat what I've already learned from you. I was shouting at the screen. Yes, Mayron, I fucking know. Just read the post. Yeah, I know. I do that sometimes. Sometimes when I'm in the middle of your post, everybody's post, I see something and I want to address it right there because it pisses me off, and I think it's a time to shove that in and to get your attention to it. But then when I read the rest of the post, I see, oh, the poor thing has actually been making that a prelude to what he actually wanted to say, that he's acting that way. But that's, anyhow, it's all good. repetitions is neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is being encouraged. Ash says, "You've taught me a lot, old master, and for that I'm eternally grateful. I'll continue to come here and learn and hopefully contribute eventually, but I'm still a student for now. So thank you, brother. My pleasure, utmost pleasure, utmost pleasure. You're a great guy. You know that. All of you are. You should focus on that." And Ashram says, look up gaslighting snowman. Okay. Chester says, the bag is probably a Louis Vuitton. Yeah, I know. Louis Vuitton. Yeah, a certain amount of it is complimentary. Extraordinary, then that means probably you haven't had sex with her and you're trying so hard to get in there, and then you buy all kind of things. But you should buy all those goodies after you guys been together for a while, and then it would mean something. not. All right, I'm sure you guys know the gist of it. Wine Love says, yes, I broke up with him. I was referring to the gift question as a general question since it was Christmas and I thought of it. Thanks for your advice. You're quite welcome. Forget all that shit. It's Christmas. It's your Christmas. I don't care what you get or what you give. It's your Christmas and it's a new Christmas. And the rest of it is bullshit. Gone. It's not there anywhere anymore. And we have some troll here. See, I drink your milkshake, and then he's talking nonsense. Do you own cardboard? Do you eat an ADL in Vero 200? I don't know the shit. Don't you have anything better to do? Okay, let me just give you a little bit of a timeout. Why don't you go and play for a while, and when you learn manners, you're welcome back. Right. All right. I'll give you a timeout here. All right. There it is. Okay, we haven't had a troll for a while, but you know, people, it amazes me that they actually, I mean, you know, honestly, you know, the problem with the people with OCD, like, you know, many of you guys here and myself included, is that we have this problem of one of the, actually, again, this psychotherapist, world famous psychotherapist, was saying that the problem with people with OCD is that they're not dumb. And we cannot make you dumb because dumb people usually don't notice any of these things that we notice. And therefore, they're a little bit, you know, easier in their lives. And sometimes, you know, that's the difference. So we get people who actually don't care about learning anything, and they come up and they think they're actually being productive by being trolling or stupid or silly or disrespectful, and that's how you're gonna spend your life. And go for it. See where that gets you. Melanie says, hi, female 18, Las Vegas. Hello, Melanie. Good of you to join us. And Sean Holloway says, is it possible for thoughts to change who you've always been as a person to something else if you accept the thoughts? But you got to give me something. As a person, like personality or gender. If it's about gender, no. The answer is no. Your gender doesn't change by thoughts. It doesn't change at all. This is bullshit. But if you're talking about some kind of a personality or way of dealing or handling something, then, you know, come up with the exact scenario Snowman says having troll means you're popular. Well, I prefer not to have them. I've had them a bunch of times before, but just waste them. These are people who really don't have much to do. But thank you for that, Snowman. Chester says the troll has no life. Sad that he doesn't have nothing better to do with this. Yeah, that's usually happens. And Ash says true. Just waiting for someone to comment. Something. Joe Rogan. Petit Man says, I'm going to sleep now. I love and appreciate what you do to help our poor souls. You really are making a difference. Stay safe, Mehran. Petit Man, good of you to be here. Take good care of yourselves and have a wonderful Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. All the best. Be safe and take good care. And Chris Brooks says, Ashram. All right. Steven says, my main goal is to move up in my career. My main goal is to hit this on your head when you have your motorcycle helmet on so you will stop bashing yourself and abusing yourself. Honestly, you know what? I'm going to raise my prices on my consultation on Skype. You know, you all know that I have a site, mind@seekstruth.com, where you can make an appointment and talk to me one-on-one about the issues that concerns you on Skype or Zoom. So I'm going to change that pricing now because I think I'm too cheap now. You guys waste your time and effort. At least you got some substance or some real serious things and coming. For that, I'm going to raise the price anyhow. So, and this is recent breakup, and I've had the, Steven says, I've had with an ex, what is it? It's the main goal is to move up in my career, yeah, and find someone good for me, yes. It's a worry and fear of not finding. Oh, stop that worry and fear. It's like saying I worry if there's not going to be milk in the stores tomorrow. It's so much abundance. It's just the fact that this is still ran out of milk doesn't mean that the milk is ran out of milk. There's milk in the world. And it's going to be in the stores, not the store, another store. So stop being fearful and fearful of this and fearful of that and fearful of my shit and fearful of my head and fearful of this and that. Stop being fearful because I said it at the beginning. Fear is an idea based on abstract. If you're with actuality and facts, there are no fears. So focus on the moment that you are and focus on your identity, that you are who you are, your gender, your abilities, your manners, morals, faith, everything. Protect that and you're with factuality and actuality, and there would be no fear because there is no abstract there. There's no idea there. You're with the fact. When you're with the fact, there's no fear. Whatever fears you, it's not fact. All right. I'm getting really hungry now. And says, what? A fear of not finding someone that gets to me. Now I'm getting a little older. I have these really good memories. Guys, don't forget, I'm 65 years. You keep talking about you're older when you're like 30 or 40, you know, you're just messing with my head. So stop this bullshit of feeling sorry for yourself. Oh, I'm 41 years old. I'm old. When I was 43, I thought I was king of the world. I was on top of the world. Actually, I was best shape of my life at age 43 in everything. So don't knock yourself down and don't talk like that because it makes me feel really old. The hell with you all. I'm not old. I still got it. So, Stephen says, in-law have these really good memories. Okay. And Steven says, I've had with an ex and want to have that again. Maybe it's because of the recent breakup. Like you said, I feel I have this. Yeah, yeah. Don't go there. Just endure it. And just like you found this one, and it was better than the previous one, you said, you will find another one. I assure you, it's going to be better than the previous one because you actually are a nice guy and looking for someone who'll be attentive and affectionate. And these, none of them were. I mean, this one definitely wasn't, and the other one had other problems. So keep your chin up, and face forward, forward motion, and keep on building yourself, your career, and the right woman will show up. I assure you, it will. Um, Melanie says, why do you think so many people get depressed during the holiday season? Because we are pack. We're animal pack. We want to be socializing. And we like people to like us. We like attention. The attention is what steers us wrong in many cases. In many cases, okay, but in many cases, wrong. I mean, kids are being, talked away and be abused by perverts because they give attention to the kid who may not have been receiving attention at home or somewhere else. The attention, it's a prelude to abuse and so on and so forth. If you don't understand that you can only accept attention from proper sources, proper origins, not liking attention for the sake of attention because you want to be loved or liked or be attended to or have attention because you have ego and that and so on. You got to be able to sort that out. That's why you got to protect the children from outside influences because they can't sort out what attention is proper, what is not, and their children, they could respond to attention, and then so understand that and then do the same thing for yourself. That what kind of attention is proper that I would allow it and I would actually seek it, and what attention, I don't care how good it may feel, I don't fucking want it because it's attention from the wrong source, So you got to figure those out, how you're treated and what you accept. Not every gift that is being offered to you is worthy of you taking it, because what's attached to it? What's the cost of it? What do you want with that gift that you want to gain my attention? What do you want? What is it? You want my investment? You want my money? You want something that I'm not into it? What is it? So you gotta know attention should not be used to fool you and pull a wool over your eyes that you actually won't understand where it's gonna lead to. Yeah? In anything. Okay, you guys want to go on or you want to end it? Just give me a one is to go on, two is end it. Because I only have another few, but I'm really hungry. I wouldn't mind taking a 10-minute break if you guys are okay with that. If you want to go on. Otherwise, I can finish it quickly. Okay, you guys want to go on? All right, then I'll take 10 minutes break, guys. I got to have a bar or some kind. I never had the break because I woke up late. All right, then. So just have some tea for yourselves, and I'll be right back. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put one of. I'm gonna put. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put my newly uploaded video. So it's about 9 minutes, and you guys watch that, and I'll be back there. We're all doing well. Don't forget, if you like the video, click on like and subscribe and talk about it on chat lines, wherever it is your social media activities, and help us to grow and help more people. I'll talk to you soon. And what I want to discuss with you is, I want to bring your attention to the fact that it's all about observing or perceiving. Look, when you observe something, when you stay with that thing, whatever it is, only that, and see it for what it is, rather than giving it an interpretation, and going and associating it with something else. Therefore, perceiving what you're observing rather than observing what you're observing for what it is. For example, if a thought shows up, you're a heterosexual male or heterosexual female, however, a thought shows up about homosexuality or a suggestion or a feeling of interest of something that you thought it's handsome or something that you thought it's same gender, and you are bamboozled, that you just noticed that, whatever it is, or a thought popped up there by the brain is an intrusive thought. Instead of just observing that thought, that it's a bad thought, or that guy is handsome, or the association of muscle or body to sex, because the brain has a capability of association far faster than anything else. And especially if there's certain brains that are a little bit more imaginative and very sharp, especially that they can create things and invent things. That's the kind of brain they have. Most people with OCD are above average smarts anyhow. And therefore their mind is faster in association and creation and invention and problem solving. So it digs deep, and it's got a tremendous faster speed to associate things with. So when you see these things and the association takes you to some tangent that seems, for a heterosexual, seems homosexual, that thought or train of thought, is because you are not just looking at it for what it is. That's the association of something. Instead, you perceive it. That means something. You give it a conclusion. You give it a label. You give it a perception of what the society has created it. When I was a kid, all kinds of thoughts could have shown up. And we thought of it based on core values that we had, of whatever it was that we have felt it's meaningful to us. And that was creating our core principles or value systems. We would just think, oh, that's nasty thought, or that's bad thought. That was it. There was no perception to what that thought could be interpreted to. What could it mean now? And what should I now do to prove that this thought should not have ever appeared in my head? Instead, we just took it like, that's weird, oh yeah, whatever. And that was it. But today, there were so many labels to everything. If such a thought of someone is handsome shows up, or you notice the handsomeness of the same gender, suddenly there is a label, an association of word, a conclusion to that, to gay, homosexuality. So now you're no longer dealing with the fact that that person was handsome. You're no longer dealing with a thought that showed up and it wasn't of your liking, or it's not of your inclination or preference. You're now dealing with the conclusion of homosexuality. Suddenly, from a thought, we are now dealing with a concept. That is what the problem is today, that no one observing what a thought or suggestion or image, whatnot, shows up in the head, which is independent from you anyhow. You are perceiving what shows up in your lives, in all aspects of life, not just the OCD or HOCD that we're talking about. In reality, you are not living life as it unfolds. You're actually perceiving everything. You see a tree, you don't look at it as an orange tree, what it is. Oh, orange tree. Oh, that orange is yellow. Oh, that's the orange tree I had in my uncle's home. That was bigger than this. And the oranges were same color. No longer you're with this orange tree experience. You're now in your memory with some perception of an orange tree somewhere else and have lost the experience of what this actually was. It was just an orange tree. That's it. But now you've gone into how much orange is in the market and what orange tree in my uncle's home or so and so street I saw, and suddenly you're now dealing with, oh, and that kid who stole the orange from that house and the house was following it. Now you're dealing with some kind of a criminal activity, which was all a perception of, instead of observing that orange tree, you're now going along with some kind of a detailed explanation or data hunting. Similarly, that is happening in almost everything else in your life. When it comes to OCD and HOCD, so on, it actually is pretty much as the same way as I explained. You're not simply thinking about a thought, a fragment of the production of the brain that showed up that is not to your liking, is not to your approval, and that's the end of it. Oh, that was last year. Go. But instead, now you're dealing with the label and the conclusion of what that thought could represent in some of the facets and tangents of this world that we live in. Just because something exists, and just because the mind can associate so many different images and thoughts and so on together, you're not supposed to come and deal with something far away from what was just simple a notice of someone's good look, or some thought that showed up, or some suggestion to my life, oh, maybe you like to kiss that guy. Okay, look, I don't like it. That's the end of it. But then you interpret, and then you go on, and then you say, oh, why did I feel this way? Well, we feel like anything. You could see I don't know, donkey's ass and feel something. You could maybe see some horse or some cute dog, or these brain makes thoughts. But you're not supposed to go to the conclusion of what this simple, whatever it was, thought was created. So what? Observe things, leave them for what they are, and see them for what they are, not a conclusion or a concept or whatever else, and run with it. And then in that way, you're actually letting the sick brain or the malfunctioning brain to actually continue that process, which was just something you threw out, and you allowed it to latch onto you by becoming sensitive about it, by becoming having a data hunting attitude towards it. That gives an exchange energy to the brain that is already malfunctioning, and it's a negative route in relation to your values and so on, and it runs with it. And of course, brain just living in negativity, that's its job, to be negative in all things, just lives and is spawned from negativity in order to protect you. So it runs with that kind of a negative, and it brings about all kinds of other intrusive. So if you remember the things that we talked about, perhaps that will set you free to understand. Observe, don't perceive, let it be for what it is, and don't data hunt it or interpret it. And at the same time, understand that you are beyond brain and brain's function, and brain is not you, you're not the brain, as the scholars and scientists have proven scientifically, and plus the fact that through my videos that I've put, that you have access to them, you can examine and see that there is a me before the brain, and that me, the you, is outside of the brain. You're the awareness. You're the intellect. You are what decides on all the functions and acceptability or ignoring of all the productions of all these apparatuses. That is for us to use, not for us to be used by them. Hence, you're not the brain. Brain is not you. Get your freedom back by understanding the separation of the systems of brain, thoughts, and you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. I don't know. Was it visible? I mean, was it audible? Did you guys hear it okay? Ah, I'm alive now. Could you guys hear this? What I was playing for you? So I hope you followed it. You heard it. This was what I uploaded today. Actually, this was one of the 4 pieces of videos that I made that they had so much distortion in the sound that I had to send it out somewhere to Europe, some sound engineer to get all these statics out. And that's the best we could do now. I gotta make the rest of them again, and maybe a better one. So, where were we? Okay, where was I? Okay. So, Ash says, get a sandwich, Mary will be here. Okay, I did. I got some. Snowman says, you can microwave your food. No, I don't microwave my food. I actually don't like microwave stuff. It's not good for the food. And yeah, all done. Ash says, oh, I thought Mehran was about to drop his latest mixtape. Snowman says, I already watched that video, Mehran. Oh, but the T is there. The Mehran is changed to Tehran, the capital of Iran. Yeah, autocorrect keeps changing your name to, yeah. Because Tehran is capital of Iran, and the autocorrect knows Tehran as a city in the world, but doesn't know Mehran. Who the hell is Mehran? That's what it says. Chester says, hungry, intrusive thought OCD is affecting. Yeah, it does. It's thinking about mahi mahi. But that wasn't intrusive, it's good. Intrusive for mahi mahi. This guy eaten by me. All right. Steven says this would be cool if we were all on Zoom with Meron. Yeah, we can, but nobody's registered. I said anyone who's a member would pay $25, but the ones who are not member of the channel pay $50. And up to 10 people at a time, we can have a Zoom meeting, and then it will be like at least 2 hours, and these 10 people could be talking about what concerns them and what interests them, and we would address it that for these 10 people. And then some other time, another 10 people. But nobody has registered, and until we have all those bells and whistles offered on the site, I mentioned since we don't have a button and this program, this service is not on the site yet, which hopefully my brilliant programmer in the new year will attend to that. He's busy now. And he's in UK actually. He's a brilliant guy and a very nice guy. And hopefully when he gets around to it, we'll have that service on the site. But in the meantime, if you guys want to have that meeting, you can go on PayPal or however to my PayPal site and send money, registration money via my email address. And then I will know with that name and the amount, I would know this is for Zoom. You say, in the comments says Zoom. And then I would be able to send a link at a certain time that we're going to have the meeting, and we'll have that meeting. But so far I haven't had any registration. So I guess with all these long live streams, people say, well, why do I need to pay for it? It's here for free. What the hell? I wouldn't blame you. I don't blame you. And Petr says, hi, Mehran. Rocky here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And he says, a joke for Christmas. I didn't get it. I actually didn't get it. So if I didn't get it, I'm not gonna read it because I didn't get it. And Ray says, every day I wake up and can't get this girl out of my head. She left me and rejected me so many times, but I love her. Why? Why? Don't you have any respect for yourself? Why should you like someone who doesn't like you or rejects you, as you put it? First of all, nobody rejects you. Just a different, taste or different preferences in their character. Nobody rejects you. You can't be rejected. So she likes something else. She doesn't like this or that or whatnot. So stop calling it that, because it leaves a negative connotation on yourself. And he says, I can't take this pain anymore. There's no pain. You're creating that pain. Who is she that you think your life depends on her? It's not her your life depends on. Your life seems to be depending on the pleasure you're seeking, a desire for pleasure. Because really, honestly, what can she do? If she's not in this world, what happens to you, your food, your education, your well-being? Really nothing. So what is it that you really think she's life to you? It's because you're focusing on your desire for pleasure. Otherwise, what's there to be thinking that it's giving you pain? What pain? The pain is because you desire pleasure from her. And you think she's the only one who can, provide that pleasure. That's all in your head. But I understand, it makes you feel, like if there's a pain. I feel I won't find anyone like her ever. Yeah, and you shouldn't. Because if it was good, this would have stayed. If it's not staying, if it's not working out, why would you want another one of it? Obviously, you got to find something better that actually can have enough things in common to stay in the relationship. If this is not working and she's rejecting you, why would you be worried about not finding someone like her? You don't want to find somebody like her. You actually don't. You want to find somebody totally unlike her. Jesus, what's going on with you guys? And he says, she was so sweet and beautiful. Was is the operating word here. Was. You can't say, I'm full, I don't need to eat because I thought about the sandwich that I had yesterday. You want to bank on relieving your hunger today because of the sandwich that was delicious 2 months ago you had? And this is what you're saying to me. She was so sweet and beautiful, sexy body and everything. The most beautiful girl. I was lucky to even have her. Why? If she didn't think you're amazing, also, she wouldn't be with you. For whatever reason, she was with you. But she was sweet. She was. The was is all you should focus on. And I don't care how beautiful her body was, how sexy she was, and all that. If this wheel doesn't turn for you, I don't care if it turns at all. It doesn't matter how beautiful she is. If that beautiful body and beautiful behavior and sweet and sexy and all that is not being offered to you, what do you care about that, all that beauty and things that you like? Shouldn't even care about it. You should care about, I don't care how many good foods is on that table. If it's not offered to me, if I can't have any of it, it really doesn't matter to me how delicious they are. I got to go find somewhere that I can get some food that I can eat. That's my food. That's what's important to me. You got to focus on what's for you, what's yours. So if she's not offering all that what you say to you, then you don't want it. Why should you want something that is not offered to you? Go find something that it is available for you to get, or you prepare yourself, or search for it, for something that is available and wants to be with you, wants to offer it to you. Otherwise, you'll always be in pain. Oh, why I can't have this, why I can't have that. Well, I don't want anything that is not for me. The hell with it. Simple. And remember, you guys forget to give me your credentials, like, gender, age, where you're tuning from. That's important. Come on, Ray. I don't remember everybody's. Wine Love says, how do I revenge on my ex then? Revenge? Why do you have to revenge? The revenge is that you're not there with him. You don't, offer him your presence, your speciality, your loveliness, your intelligence, your capabilities, your companionships, your support, everything else. That's the revenge. But there is no revenge necessary anyhow. But this is the natural revenge that comes with it. He messed me up and living happily ever. No, he didn't mess you up. You're messing yourself. You're messing yourself up because thinking that he could mess you up. What could he do? He's another biological entity, needs a woman. He goes and finds another one says, yeah, okay, come here, I give you some. Why would you think that he messed you up? You're messing yourself up by allowing this person have any credibility and any desire for such character that you call unreliable, untrustworthy, and you still, so it's you who's messing you up. If you had this willpower that says, I've got standards and this person doesn't meet my standards, the hell with him. I don't care. If it's not behaving properly, I don't want it. And you go by your life. And you create and design the life for you the way you see fit. But you don't do that. You're entangled with your own desire, and your own desire for pleasure, whatever it is, your ego, is killing you because you have no guts to stand in front of your own ego and desire and needs. If you can't have that guts, then everybody's going to shit on your head. You're going to have discipline. You're going to have willpower. You're going to have respect for yourself. The guy's not good enough, then fuck him. I don't want that shit. The girl is not behaving properly with you, the hell with her. There are other beautiful women and a worthy woman which I can rely on. You go for that. Same thing. You can't be moaning, growing, and giving the control of your emotions to somebody else because they are not giving you what you desire. Well, handle your fucking desire and say that this person or this apple or this whatever the hell it is not good enough for me to desire it. That's respect for yourself. That's the standards in your desire. When you have no standard in desire, you only focus on what the pleasure and the emotion you get from that desire, you will just think everything is worthy. And you fall for any kind of shit, even though they behave badly or they don't respect you as they should. You take an apple from the store because you desire it, but it's full of shit and worm, and you still say, "Oh, I want the apple because I'm hungry." Well, you have no respect for yourself. Go find the next apple, next store. Better apple, cleaner. You got to meet your standards. That person is not treating you right, then you can't convince yourself that, oh, I still want her or I still want him. No. That's how you deal with things. But if you have no standards, any shithead can come into your life and say, oh, I want the attention, so as long as you give me attention, they give me attention, it's good, then you're fucked. They will always have the brush and they paint your picture with their brush. Don't give the brush that is painting you, your image, in someone's hand, in someone else's hand. You hold the brush, you draw how your life you want to be, not leaving it up to somebody else to decide on how they're going to draw your picture, your image of you, your life. I hope you get the gist of it. Should I contact his new wife about his true color? No, fuck all, no. What's wrong with you? Who do you want to prove? To some jackass that has become his girlfriend for now? And you think her knowing about what you know would change your whole persona about this whole life and this world? Like she is representative of the whole world. She's the microphone for the whole world. She knows and the whole world knows that you are this or you're that. You shouldn't give a shit about that. Not him, not her. Move on with your life. Become independent. Neediness of somebody's approval or somebody's knowledge that your image, you're so full of your image. I gotta save this image. To who? To some shithead that wasn't good enough to be with you, or to his new girlfriend? What the hell is wrong with you? Focus on building your life. Good thing I ate something. I'm getting hungry already again. All right. Mona M. Safa says, Ray. Okay, Ray. I don't know what that is. Ray. And Wine Love says, rumors about me saying I'm crazy. Well, listen, who cares? Whoever wants to believe it, you can't change your mind. But you got to be focused on, are you crazy? You know you're not. So it doesn't matter. You can also say they're crazy. Whoever said that, oh, so-and-so said you're crazy, you say, oh, maybe I am. That's the end of that. Start defending it, it never ends. But they said this, oh, but I said this, but I said that. So yeah, one of us is crazy. I don't know who it is. That's the end of it. Ash says the best revenge is to become a better version of yourself and carry on with your life. Wine Love. Don't waste your time with revenge. Get him out of your mind. There we go. With such beautiful screen name, Wine Love, you talk like this. You should have more respect for yourself. That name itself is worth something. Wine Love, what a beautiful name. You should have pride in yourself, respect in yourself. Don't accept just anything just because. If they don't measure up, don't want them. They keep saying best lived life is a revenge, but I want him to suffer and regret what he did to me. Not fair. No, I didn't do anything to you. You're doing it to yourself because you allowed yourself to be with an idiot, with someone who's not going to treat you well. Whose fault is that? Huh? When you find out somebody is of bad character, whose fault is it if you're still associating with them? Them? Their fault is that they're bad character. But your fault is that you're continuing association with the one who's got a bad character. But you're the decision maker for you. So take responsibility and move on and change your life. Ray says, I can't live my life knowing she's going to be happy with someone else. Well, listen, there's about, I don't know, many billions of other people in the world that are going to be happy. So you can't live your life because they're happy, other people are happy. Who cares if they're happy or not? You focus on what to make you happy. So you can be happy whether this one is happy or not happy. Today she's happy with someone, tomorrow she may not be happy. You can't be going up and down like a yo-yo depending on what her feelings and lifestyle or what's happening in her life is. That's unreasonable for you. So stop focusing on other people's lives and start focusing on yours. Build your life the way you want to be. You want to be happy? Then make your life happy. Because the way you're going, you're not making your life happy. You want to be happy, but you're making your life miserable. Why? Because you keep thinking about her. Why would you think about something that you're not in control of, or you're not in proximity of, or you're having any interaction with? What for? This is the love of my life is going to be with some other guy. Oh, come on. If she was the love of your life, she would be right there beside you. Obviously, she's not the love of your life. That's why you should not call her love of your life. She at one time was, but people are dynamically changing, and she's changed her behavior, her manners, mentality. She's no longer meeting up your standards. Would you have wanted this girl the way she is today when you met her first? You would have not, would you? So you can't say that she was different. I liked her because she was kind, sweet, this and that, so forth. But if she was the way she is now today, I wouldn't have wanted her then. But I do want her now. Why? Because you cannot see her as her actuality is today. You're looking at her, but you don't see her actuality. You're perceiving her as how she used to be. So, how she used to be is imposed over she is, and you don't see who she is, and you're just looking at her physically, but you're actually seeing or thinking of her as she used to be once. That's the image you're infatuated with, not the way she is today. Because if she was this way right now, when you met her first, you wouldn't have had any interest in getting to know her and whatever else. So she showed me love. She cared for me like no other. It's like going to a doctor and say, "Oh, this doctor is great, saved my life, saved my child's life," but then the doctor goes wacko, and then you still say, "But they say, well, the doctor is making a mistake. It has forgotten what is he doing and all these killing people." But you say, "No, he used to be such a good doctor. I still want to go and take my child to him, even though he's going to prescribe the wrong medicine and wrong diagnosis. But he used to be so good." Is that what you're going to say? You're going to say, "Fuck it all. I'm going to go somewhere that I can get remedy." And this is what you're saying about this girl. She showed me love like no other. She showed past tense. What about now? She's not. She's giving me the finger. But I still love her. Why? It's like the doctor is giving you wrong medicine. You still want that guy's attention and prescription and diagnosis? No. You gotta look at the logic. Yeah. Well, first of all, Ray, how old are you? You must be very young. That's why I'm okay. From now, I'm not gonna respond to anyone who hasn't let me know their gender, age, and where you're tuning in from. Come on now, this is just simple thing I've asked. Everybody should adhere to it. And someone says, Marin, how do you stop thinking this question about which question? There's so many things up there. Everybody's talking to each other. I don't see anything here that this made me want to cry. Yup, exactly. Especially when you show that there's no particular question that I can actually see what it means. All right. Okay. What else do we have here? You want the pain go away, Ray? Go find a new girlfriend. Simple. Because there's no shortage of girlfriends. There's no shortage of amazing women. There's no shortage of good quality people. So, and again, you need to let me know what your age and where you're tuning in from. Ray, are you going to tell me how old you are? Ah, no, it's not here. Peter says, hi, Meran. Pedro, UK 37. My girlfriend has moved to Malta and the long distance has seemed to have been fading. She's not so available and doesn't care to keep it up. Should I insist or let it go? Let it go. Let it go. Because you don't let it go now, eventually she's going to find somebody. Because people want somebody at close proximity. Long distance bullshit doesn't work unless you have a certain time period that you're going to be rejoining and you're building your relationship until you see each other. And but that's until you see each other is a very short period. But if it's long distance, eventually people want to see somebody at close proximity to go for tea, coffee, and interact and so on, and then physical intimacy and all that. Then eventually she's going to leave. You may leave her because you may find somebody else here. So better to let her go. If she's not into it, she's not paying attention, then good riddance. You don't have to run after someone who doesn't want to stay and make something out of it. You can't be running all the time after something. If that person is not running towards you, then that running is useless. You only run if both of you running toward each other. Otherwise, you don't run when somebody else running in opposite, to in the same direction. You got to be running if you're running towards each other. So she's not running towards you, so let her go. And Snowman, how old are you? Let me know. You're turning this woman into the only woman on earth and the only relationship we'll be having. I believe that you have lost the idea that there's so many opportunities and abundance available, and this doesn't work. Something else is going to work. It's always going to be that way. no matter what you think. Even if you try, you can't stop another relationship happening for you. So just be patient and build yourself and keep on building your life. And before you know it, it's another person, another woman you're going to be getting to know. And you're going to say, oh, thank God the other one left so I could have an opportunity to meet this one. Otherwise, you would have never met this one. So, and yeah, you're going to say, oh, no, that's the only one I want. No, you don't. Because you never want somebody who doesn't want you or is not putting in as much as you're putting in. So, to hell with it. Let it go. What? I feel worthless and feel like our relationship was nothing meant to her. So what? If it didn't meant to her, doesn't mean it wasn't meaningful. It means she's stupid and she cannot see the meaning of the relationship that she was into. That's all it means. It doesn't take away from the relationship's meaning if it doesn't mean anything to her right now or she's left it. Why do you think that her opinion about the relationship is what makes the relationship worthy or not? What's her opinion like? What's her opinion about other things in the world? Is she qualified to make opinions about everything else? That you think that her opinion about you is going to make you worthy or unworthy? What nonsense is that? Your opinion, based on your accomplishments in life and contribution to life, is what makes you valuable, worthy, or unworthy, not hers. Hers is based on, this and that, nothing, whatever. So stay away from that kind of a train of thoughts. Okay. Ash says, look, the people with the relationship issues here need to lay off the soy milk. Says remove your exes from from a Facebook. Forget revenge. Learn to like yourselves. Learn to deal with loss. Go on. Fuck others. You're all gonna go. You can go on to Ash's channel. What am I doing here for? Then he said it exactly as should be. All right. Snowman says, Meran, how come this food is such a good fit with this new dude? Because the dude itself could be full of shit. So he can only understand shit. What are you talking about? She's full of shit. He's full of shit. The two should appreciate each other. So simple. And some people want a brainless relationship and somebody to just keep telling you, oh, pretty you are. You're wonderful. Let me buy this for you. That's not a relationship. That's bullshit. So these people are like sparrows. They jump from here to there and then there, and they build nothing. They're just sparrow jumping around. So you got one of them. Now you got rid of it. That's great. Move on. Move on. Life goes on. And you still haven't told me, Snowman, how old you are. Or did you? Yeah, exactly. They're on the same level of shit. Meaning, no, they do say, birds of the feather fly together. So that's pretty much it. No, it's not about you. Snowman says, if it's not for me, nobody else can have it. No, no, it should say, if it's not for me, I don't care if anybody else will have it. That's what you should say. And Leomonas says, I'm 25-year-old male. Last girl broke up with me 2 weeks ago. After 1 year, and I am couch potato 24/7. Why? There's no other girl out there that you should run after them? That was the only one? What a boring life. What a boring life. Only one pigeon to fly after. And that pigeon landed somewhere else, or you lost the direction, and then there's no more reason for you to fly. Because there was only one pigeon. Yeah? It's the biggest hogwash that I've ever heard, right? You know that. You walk in the streets, there's so many gorgeous women out there. Unbelievable. Where are you? You still haven't told me. Tell me, where is it? Where are you located? Guys, my tongue is falling out after keep saying, put the protocol in. Gender, age, where are you tuning in from? That helps me to know a little bit about you. So, I'm going to move on. What? Like I lost the world. Really? What world was it? The lost world? Why do you want to be in a world that is lost? It's a lost cause. If she's not good enough to be with you, she's not good enough to be with you. Why do you think if she's not with you, she's good enough to be with you? She's not with you, she's not good enough to be with you. That's how you should look at it. And then go and find so many amazing women out there, girls out there. And then what are you talking about? I even don't want to live. Why? What do you have? Lots of girls the other side waiting for you. If you really love girls, then you will honor them and make better version out of yourself, and go out and find the woman out there that are looking for a nice guy like you, and offer yourself and your attention to them. Why should you give your attention to this one who doesn't appreciate it? What kind of man are you? You've got balls or what? Where'd you lose them? That the moment the girl says, I don't want you, I don't want to live. Really? That's all? There's a whole world that's summed up in her vagina between her legs, and that was it? She doesn't want to give it to you? There's no world out there? There's no life? There's no anything for you to accomplish? There's nothing to learn? There's nothing to experience? None of that? All that shit was all in there? That's a pity if that's how you feel. Go. You're 24-year-old. You're full of shit right now. You don't even know who you are, let alone knowing what kind of woman you want. And this was it? And which one? The one that is not going to be with you right now. What the hell is that? Have some respect for yourself. Grow some pair. I have a video called Grow a Pair. Actually, I do. I'm not joking. There is a video called Grow a Pair. And there it is. How to grow your confidence, how to grow your confidence. Let's grow a pair. There it is. Let's grow a pair. I'm going to give this to you for you to watch it once we finish here. There it is. That's the link. That's a link for Liamonas. And now you tell me where you're tuning in from. Which country? No. You do want to forget. Don't be like that. Don't be a sissy. And then beat the crap out of you with this ugly stick, but provided you put your motorcycle helmet on, because it's painful. Don't talk like this. You're diminishing the whole beautiful experience of life that you've been fortunate enough to be given to you. You know, when your mom and dad, wanted to have hanky-panky that night before you were born, there were 300 million sperms, and out of that, only one succeeded. You are the winner to begin with. You were the chosen one among the 300 million other possibilities. They weren't given the life. You were. And you piece of shit, you want to turn it all out and don't want to live for this girl's, how disrespectful are you to the concept of life? This whole beautiful experience is bigger than what you can think. And you need to get your head out of your ass, not has. Get your head out of your ass and actually face this world. Learn from these experiences. That's what they're for. So you can be a better version of yourself for the next girlfriend. Because the next girlfriend is the one that is actually the serious one. And the one after that could be the one that you get married. But it's definitely not this one. This one was a mistake, but it was part of your learning process. That's how you should look at it. Move on. Move on to stop talking shit. Anybody who says that I don't want to live in all that shit, I'm gonna actually, you know what I'm saying. All right. Ash says, this is why some people allow themselves to remain in abusive relationships. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. They don't know anything better and they think their abuser is their salvation. Yeah, right. Correct. And Ash says, I'm here to confirm that Mehran is a fucking pimp. What? What the fuck? His advice on relationship is top tier. I know from my own experiences. Listen to him and then take his advice. You need tough love right now. Well, thank you for that. Stop being snowflakes. There we go. Have some self-respect. Jesus Christ, yes, it is. I'm just echoing him now. Okay. And he says, I say all that with love. Of course you do. And Wine Love says, thank you, Mehran. I am drinking wine as we speak. I have no respect for myself. Well, you better gain one. Because here in this channel, only the top of the crop, most respected are. And you are definitely one of them. With that screen name, Wine Love, how dare you disrespect yourself? He says, I have no respect for myself anymore because he treated me so badly, I don't feel loved. Doesn't matter. You don't feel loved by an asshole, but you feel loved by so many people who are capable of giving love. And you're neglecting all those people who are specialists, who are worthy of your care and love and attention, and you're offering it to someone who's not worthy, and then you wonder why you don't have respect for yourself. Obviously, because your judgment is all fucked up. So fix that up and put the right things where they should be, then you will start having respect for yourself. In other words, say good ridden and don't give a shit about what that guy is doing or not doing. Move on. You're better than that. Look at yourself. If you're fit, great. If you're not, go get fit. Just make yourself awesome looking. And then learn a thing or two that you like to learn. Educate yourself and be good at what you do. And then all that confidence makes you invincible. And see, the guy doesn't like you, so I don't give a shit. There's so many other guys going to fall all over you. There we go. That's how you deal with yourself. Wine Love says, yeah, I feel so. Okay, don't. No messed up. All good. Let's go on to the next. Snow says 19 watching and 29 likes. Oh, okay, good. And Snow, you still haven't told me how old you are, where you are. So on. Steven says, Mehran, these live chats are helping me a lot. Appreciate it. You're quite welcome. And Snowman says, me too, all right. Snowman says, my question and what Ray agreed was, how do we stop imaging X having good sex with new partner? Well, that's intrusive thought. You don't have to stop imaging. That in actuality exists. Your girlfriend is having sex with somebody else as we speak, right now, hard. You get used to that. Because you don't give a shit. That's how you should look at it. But you get offended and upset when you imagine, or such imaginations comes to your head, when you actually think, Oh, I care about her. I love her. But you got to figure out, why should you? You know, why should you love her? Guys, I want to have a 1 minute break because my mother called me, and I think because she's probably worried. I always call at 4 o'clock to see how she is. Therefore, I give me 1 minute. I respond to her, and I'll be right back. Just have a little bit of ah. Okay, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. But moms are important, so you got to make sure that if they are at a certain age, that you check with them every day, and if you don't, they call you right away. Drop everything and see what they want. Your mom, your dad, your children, that's how it should be. So, where were we? Says, these live chats are helping me a lot. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Oh, that was Stephen. Okay. And Snow said, me too. And oh, so my question and what Ray agreed is how we stop imaging X having good sex with new partner. Okay, I guess that's where we were. Yeah, so you got to focus on the fact that in fact this will happen. If it hasn't happened now, it will happen. So you shouldn't be sensitive about that because you say, I'm not with her anymore, and she has a rightful life for herself. She decides for herself, and she has all the right in the world to have another relationship. And so can you, and so will you. And you should stop feeling like, okay, if she's having sex with somebody else, that's gonna what hurt something like your image. No, it's a reflection on her and her choices. It's got nothing to do with you. But I know you feel possessive that this was my girl and she's giving her body to somebody else. But that's the nature of this whole existence of us, biology of it, having sex, you know. Same thing goes for you. She doesn't give a damn about that. She obviously does. If you had broken up with her, if you would go and get a new girlfriend, she would feel that way. But after a while, all these feelings will go away. As soon as you find another new person, another woman that you love, all these feelings will go away. But you gotta face the fact that this is part of being a human. You break up with someone or someone breaks up with you, she's gonna go have another boyfriend, she's gonna have sex with her. But that's no skin off your nose. That's a reflection on her. And you gotta get used to the fact that you focus on your life, building your life, finding new girlfriends for yourself and so on, and moving on by understanding that that relationship didn't work because there were things wrong with it. If there was things not wrong with it, it wouldn't sever. So the fact that you're not together, that means you guys mentally or somehow you were not compatible. And if you're not compatible, why do you want to be with that person? And just so that she can't have sex with somebody else, you want to stay in that toxic relationship or a relationship that wasn't compatible? It doesn't make sense. It's just going to, lengthen the inevitable. Eventually, it's going to be breakup. So might as well now, so you can go on while you're younger. So think of it this way: you don't have to get used to it. You don't have to like it. You will always not like it if she's with somebody else at the first few months that you may think about it, until you find a new relationship yourself and no longer you care. And so what I'm trying to say is what you're going to be feeling later on when you have a new girlfriend yourself and when you have moved on, what you're going to be feeling and thinking about this previous girlfriend, then in the future when you have a new girlfriend, I want you to think about and feel about her now, just like when you would feel about her then. Just like when you would feel about the ex when you have a new girlfriend and how you don't care about what she does, what she goes, and what kind of relationship she's in. I want you to bring that feeling that you will eventually feel in the future. I want you to feel about it now, like that, right now, to save yourself from this agony and these feelings of, oh, well, what's going to happen? She's having sex with somebody else. Well, remember that in a few months, you don't even give a damn. And because then you will not give a damn, I want you to feel, because you will eventually not give a damn, well, I don't want to give a damn right now, because I'm going to end up feeling that way anyhow. So I'm going to save myself the agony of from now until then. I'm just going to bring that what is going to be, which is rightfully the natural way of being when I find a new girlfriend. That's how I'm going to feel about the ex. I'm going to feel about it now. I'm just saying, the hell with it. Okay, we broke up, we broke up. I don't want to have any part with it, and I don't care. Even though still you might feel, because you have all those images and, how could she do that? I'm so special, my ego and all that. Say, God, the hell with it. She's not the authority to give me my values and my, my importance by her behavior or giving her body to me or to somebody else. I am who I am. I will always be who I am and as good as I can be. And I'm going to offer it to some other woman. And she can give it to whoever she wants. You gotta be a little bit tough on these things. That was gonna hurt you, mentally and psychologically for a while, at least until you find a new love. And Ash says, Maran just told you go and sleep with someone else. Lol, it's easy. Go, go on. Okay, all right. And Snowman says 35 Boston. Snowman, you're 35 years old and you're talking like this, like a 19-year-old. Go get your helmet, because I'm coming in with supersonic aircraft with the big stick to bash it on your head. That you're being so soft. Just gotta don't give a shit sometimes. You've done your whatever you've done, mistakes you made, or you were at your best, or however it was, it ended up like this. Now that it's ended up like this, you haven't abused her, you haven't, been, the way that you shouldn't have been. So the rest of it doesn't matter. There's no guilt there, no nothing. Just enjoy your life. And good riddance. If it's not for you, then it doesn't matter. You shouldn't like her anyhow. And what else do we have here? Mash says, anyone in here suffer with HOCD? Well, that's the name of the the name of the topic of the title of this live chat. One of the topics is like his intrusive thoughts, OCD, HOCD. Yes, there are not just here. There are many people around the world that suffer from that. And all right, and Mash says, I believe I do. Any ideas on how to diagnose it? Well, there's, the fact that you don't like it, that's diagnosed enough. And we have two big playlists, three. One is called OCD on my playlist, or called HOCD, I believe. And the other one is called Intrusive, Transient, OCD, HOCD negative thoughts, which talks about the nitty gritties and interpretation of thoughts of homosexuality, concepts, and so on. And there's another playlist that is not interpreting the meaning of thoughts, it's just discussing about the separation between brain, thoughts, and you. And it discusses the topic of HOCD, and the playlist called Intrusive OCD, HOCD short videos. And I highly recommend these two playlists, especially the second one, because it's not talking about the interpretation of or meanings of any thoughts showing up in your head. It's talking about the actuality of the movement of the brain and the psyche, which is the most important thing for you to realize. And of course, we've discussed it in many different videos. So, and then all the links of psychotherapists and psychologists and scientists in the description of my videos are there for you to get acquainted and see the presentation of Dr. Schwartz, Dr. Jan Weiner, Dr. Philipson. These are world famous authorities on OCD, HOCD, and subsets of OCD. And you'll be able to find out more and more about them, about their presentations and discussions. And there's Dr. Owens and all scientists have proven that all these are thoughts and that you're not what the brain suggests. You are you. Brain and you are separate, and you shouldn't be falling for the thoughts that the brain conjures up, and shouldn't be fooled to think that brain could have anything to do with modifying or changing anything about you, your gender, ever so, in any shape or form. And if you always focus on the fact that thoughts were not even in the vicinity when you were being created and put together in the wombs of your mother, that you weren't even able to think, the thoughts were not involved in creating how you've been created, then you will understand that it can also have nothing to do with ever modifying or changing anything about your gender. And of course, we've discussed it in detail in other videos, and so you can refer to it on those playlists and get your answers there. And don't forget, you can always talk to your psychotherapists, but they should be expert in OCD and HOCD and substantive OCD. Otherwise, not every psychologist knows really what OCD is all about. They're just full of shit. But if you listen to Dr. Philipson, Dr. Jan Weiner, Dr. Schwartz, Dr. Owens, Dr. Egnar, these people are proving to you the relationship between intellect and the brain, that you're not the brain, brain is not you, so you're never a thought that is created by the brain, or the suggestions or images that comes to your head. That's totally different, and it can never have any effect on you, other than you having a weak mind or believing the thoughts, which are not your thoughts, they're brain's thoughts. The separation between brain, you, and thoughts is the key to dealing with HOCD. All right. So, good job, Ash. Good job. Steven says, I feel good listening to these chats. I know tomorrow might be a challenge working with this girl, but it's all in my head. Yeah, because you made the girl to be the solution to your life, to your whatever it is you want. You made the girl to be a remedy of some kind, a solution of some kind to something. When you take that echelon away from her and look at her for what she is, you can see it's another human being. And she's not a solution to anything. Everything that you have accomplished in your life is because of you, not because she was in your life or because she's contributed that. No, the only part is the pleasure part and desire part. Otherwise, everything else about you, your freedom, your capabilities, your independence, and everything else is all about you. She's not a solution to anything. And you mistakenly are bamboozled thinking that she's a solution. That's why you kind of having anxiety that you're letting a solution to your life go away. No, she's not a solution. In fact, right now she's a problem. So, the fact that you see her as a problem, that you see her as she's not a solution, she's just another biological entity, and that's all. She's no different. She's no deity. She's no angel. It's just that she's able to facilitate the pleasure that you seek, which you can seek that from anybody else, more beautiful than her. Just got to have a little bit of patience and focus on yourself and appreciation and respect for yourself. And then that will also come, just like between the X and this one. And then this one, after a while, each one shows their shortcomings. You can't say just because at the beginning they didn't have a shortcoming and now that they have a shortcoming, I can't believe it. They still are great. No. Everyone at the beginning is perfect, and then after a while you will see each other's shortcomings, and then it comes to end, and then when it does, then you shouldn't be looking at her as you looked at her at the beginning. You should look at her as you should look at her now, as her actuality is, and her actuality says she's not qualified. That's the end of that. But instead, you don't see her, you perceive her. Oh, she used to be good. Oh, who gives a shit? What is she now? And Steven says, I've always been the type of guy that starts dating a girl and puts too much focus on her. Yeah, because, you're just pussy whipped. And that's most of us. That's all right. Even though I get attention from other girls, I have a scarcity mindset. Yeah, you shouldn't, because the fact is different. You walking in the street, you see so many amazing, beautiful women, and every one of them educated, capable, and so on. So why don't you just simply believe the facts rather than believing the false? That, oh, scarcity. No, scarcity, because if you think if the whole thing in this world was her and now she's not with you, then it's scarcity. But when you actually look at her as one of the billions, then you can see, okay, I have this, or there's so many other opportunities out there. Then you'll be fine. I get attention from other girls, you know. Okay, I don't know why it's so hard to have. Yeah, I told you why. Liamona says, how to deal with jealousy while in relationship. My ex wanted to meet her ex. That guy left her 5 years ago. We start dating, and then she wanted to meet him because, as she said, I want to meet him because he helped me a lot and I want to show him that I am better now. So because of that, we had so many fights. I was so jealous. You shouldn't have been jealous because she's stupid. Simple. You're in a new relationship. The guy left you 5 years ago or whenever he left, and you're now in a new relationship with this guy, and she still wants to go and see the old guy to say what? So she's stupid. She doesn't understand. You just don't have to fight. You say, listen, why don't you go and just simply see him and be with him and be for him? I don't give a fuck about you now. Why? Because you don't seem to be committed to this relationship. You're still trying to prove yourself to some asshole who you were with before instead of focusing on what a relationship we have. What do you care what he thinks of you? You want to say, I'm better now? What? You want to report to the guy that helped you at one point, but left now? You guys are not together, but you want to go report that you're well now? What is it, your daddy? So you don't have to be upset. You just can simply put your foot down and say, listen. But the fact is, you don't have enough balls to be able to endure her not being with you. For the fact that you get certain kind of benefits, you're willing to put up with all kind of behavior, and even to this matter, like, you know, guys don't have balls anymore these days because you're supposed to be okay with everything that the media tells you, everything that the girlfriend wants to do, everything that the boyfriend wants to do, whatever your relationship is, that you're supposed to be okay just to be considered a good person. Oh, he's okay with everything. And, you know, pretty soon I'm just going to take his dick off and throw it on. He'll be okay with it because he's such a good guy. No, you got to have some balls, some perspective about it, some respect for yourself. Who are you? What is your identity? You got to protect that. If that relationship is not cordial, you simply civilly and say, well, thank you very much, but no thanks. Have a nice day, dear lady. Go on with your ex or whatever it is. This business of being civil is gone over. Everybody should be civil, for sure, 100%. But you're not supposed to have to endure the nonsense of the ex wants to go visit the ex now. What for? What's the reason for that? Am I another guy? Don't I have pride? Are you not my woman, at least now? What's the business? Have you not finished with the guy 2 years ago? So you got to be able to discuss this civilly, cordially, respectfully, and yet stand your ground. Says, well, you may go, but don't come back. Simple. And in fact, whether you go or not, I don't want you to actually be here because I don't want to be with you anymore. In fact, I'm just going to move out. Because what's the sense of you being with this girl when you want to go see your ex. That girl would be disrespected. And what's your commitment level to that girl that you now want to go see your ex? Same thing with her. You're with her, but she wants to go see her ex, report to him that I'm okay now. What for? That mentality, if she is not strong enough to see how stupid that is, then she deserves not to be with you. And so you excuse yourself from that relationship and say, well, okay, if that's how you feel, well, obviously that means this is not the kind of relationship that we should be having. The quality of relationship is not there because you're thinking this way. So have a nice day. But if she understands, yeah, that's a stupid, I believe that's not right. Then you guys, understand each other and you set a certain kind of a policy towards such situations if it comes to be in the future about either one of you. It has to be, committed relationship, respectful relationship, exclusive relationship. Otherwise, you can't be okay with it. Yeah, you should be okay and flexible about many things in life. But you can't be okay with every goddamn thing just to be considered, I'm liked, she likes me. Why? Because I'm such a pussycat. She can shit all over my head and I'm okay. She wants to go here, there, there, there. She wants to go to party alone, that's okay. She wants to go to bar drinking, that's okay. Because I'm such a nice guy. That's not being in a relationship. Then later on you're going to say, I was in an abusive relationship. Why did you allow it then? You have a choice. And you say, well, you want to go, enjoy. I wish you well. And I'm going to go and just live my life differently. The fact that you guys constantly come up with these questions tells me that you guys are totally lost. Not all of you, some of you. That you are listening to what the media is trying to make you to become. And you have no understanding that there are certain values in you that you're responsible to protect those values because those values are your identity. You're not supposed to put up with every shit just because you're supposed to put up with every shit. No. You just notice shit in your life and you let it be, but you protect your values and you continue your path on your journey based on your values. And you protect those values. Those values are your identity. If you have a faith, it's your faith. If your manners, morals, believe in learning, education, making yourself better, advancing yourself, your sexuality, your inclinations. These are your identity. You protect that because there's always attacks on your identity, on everything. They're going to be attacking your money. They're going to be attacking your economics. They're going to be attacking your jobs. They're going to be competing with you. They're going to be attacking everything. And your own brain could be attacking your own manners, morality, mentality, beliefs, your gender, your sexuality. All these are intrusive that you're supposed to hold sacred and protect. That's your address. That's how you roll in this life. Otherwise, every dart that is going to be thrown at you, and if you don't have any protection device, a shield to protect yourself, how you love to be, then you're going to be constantly a target for things, and it's going to be an annoying life. All right. Snowman says, last question. Snowman says, last question. Before we go for today, how do I trust a new girlfriend now? Well, it's not something you give away right away. Through your interaction with each other, you gain trust. It's not something that you gotta agree before you actually see the proof. So you just go and get to know her, and then you will see through your interactions and negotiations, you will trust each other or not. Simple as that. Okay, guys, looks like that we are pretty much done. We don't have any more questions, and that's good. And it's been 4 hours and 16 minutes. We had one longer than this a year ago or so. That was 5 hours. But we are just about there. And I think it was good for all of us and helpful. And I'm glad that Mash is enjoying the channel and having discussion with Ash here. And Ash is helping him with all kind of good stuff that I can see. And always important to understand the role of amygdala in the anxiety, and the anxiety can cause lots of reactions and arousal of many kind, not just there, also in the overall expression of uh, reaction to a situation. But you can get arousal from anxiety even if you look at the statue in the middle of the city square. That doesn't mean that you're sexual now. It just means that because you're so focused on, oh, what if I have an arousal on this, or I shouldn't have arousal on this, then you will. Because the word arousal itself, it associates and connects everything, and it's a signal to get aroused. Just the thought of the word, and then the fact add to that that I shouldn't be, because that would mean something, because there's a conclusion and a word and label attached to that kind of a word or such topic, then that ourselves, but as it is known, just because you get arousal doesn't have any meaning interpretation. You get arousal, you can get arousal for like a car you see, oh, so good looking, that quickly connotates with a girlfriend, sexual something, and then you, or the excitement can alone by itself can give you a growing move and has got nothing to do with sex. All kinds of reasons. So be aware of that and don't read into it. Just don't give a shit. Don't interpret. Don't perceive anything. Just observe. You got arousal, I got arousal. It's like an itch. I got an itch on my ass. But that doesn't mean I'm not homosexual because I'm enjoying itching it. Do not interpret. It's what it is. Man, okay, oh, that guy was handsome. Oh, yeah, good. That's it. But you give it a label. You give it a meaning, a concept, a conclusion. Oh, handsome guy means homosexual. Oh, then that means I react to homosexual. No, you didn't. It was just you noticed someone's handsome look. That's good. That's all right. Because we all like to be handsome. And if we are, we also appreciate other people who are handsome because we feel we've got something in common. We're animals living in a pack. So it's an appreciation of a good quality of something, whether if it's illusion or just, just a physical look, or in fact, maybe you get to know someone who's handsome, you say, oh, it's a good friend, it's a good looking also like me. But then you get to see he's an asshole, and you say, okay, so that being handsome doesn't mean it's a good person either. But you always appreciate good quality stuff. And for us, visually, we might decide something is good quality because it's symmetrically built, and we notice that We are designed to notice good structures, good designs, good looks, good workmanship. We are, that's how we advance in life. Human being is supposed to have that talent to recognize those things. So when you recognize it, then you attach a label to it, a concept to it, a conclusion to it, and suddenly from realizing someone's good look, you've gone to homosexuality. What the hell is that? It's just a thought. Don't fall for it. Just observe things and let it be as it is. All right. Let's see what else is here. And we have Ash says, I bow to your wisdom, Mehran. Thank you for doing this for us. All much appreciated. I'm delighted that you have been focused on educating yourself as much as we all need to educate ourselves, and that's the salvation. And I'm glad that you have the information that you have, and it's wonderful. And Atif says, hi, Mehran, nice to see you. Hello, Atif, good to see you. And Wavy Croc says, me and my ex broke up in February after 6 or 7 years relationship. 4 months after our breakup, my ex moved on. I found out and he made it easier for me to let go. Fast forward a week ago, I seen pictures of her and gave into my weakness and texted her that I miss her. Oh. Which she followed with a video call. We spoke and all my feelings came rushing back. For now, for the last week, I've been back to obsessing over her. She told me she really liked her latest boyfriend, although they already broke up, and that he was her second favorite ex, and I was her first. All right. Okay. You know, if you called her when you know she broke up or something, okay, you call her and say hello, but you don't call her and ask for something. Let her ask for something, because it's the woman who makes the decision. So let her make a decision and make a first, overture, and then you'll see, okay, if it's called for, then you'll continue it. And James says, Wavy says, that broke my heart and made me feel like my years were a waste. No, it wasn't a waste. It was a experience, part of the whole entirety of the journey of life. And it's a fragment of your life, and you should take it for that and for whatever it's worth. You don't consider that because that fragment did not continue the rest of the journey, then that means that fragment worth nothing. Because a fragment should actually turn into whole. Then it's something wonderful. No, it's a fragment. Our whole life is made out of lots of fragments. And one of them was this experience. So take it for what it is and don't expect any more of it. Let it be joy instead of turning into permanence. And that would become the problem. She's still telling me she loves me though, but she doesn't feel the same level of attraction. Okay, then don't pursue it. Let it be. Don't even contact her anymore. Just move on. Don't turn her into something to hang on to or latch on to. I've been listening to your videos and they have been very helpful, but I feel pathetic that I am everything back to my old obsessive ways, because you don't believe in yourself that you are the architect of all that wonderful, beautiful life that you've made. You are the designer, not somebody else. You brought all these things into your life and you can do it again. You are the architect. But you think the others are actually the reason for your happiness, not your abilities and what you built and your choices and selections. Instead, you got to focus on the fact that you are the maker of all these opportunities and go and make it somewhere else with some other material. Build a better building. Instead, you're constantly saying, that was my best performance. That was my best creation. I can never do better. Well, that's limiting yourself. And human being is made to be unlimited in his abilities. Otherwise, this world would have stayed the way it is, and it would have stayed the way it was maybe it was better to stay the way it was because right now it's full of shit. But however, we have the ability to use better judgments and make a life a better life. And make your life a better life by remembering that you're the architect of your life and design it better and go forward and learn from the past experiences and accomplishments and build a better one. As simple as that. It's not like, oh, the whole world has just gone to hell if I can't have her. Why? Come on. If she was really that good, she wouldn't be, in a jam herself. She can't be a solution if she's looking for a solution. How could someone be a solution to everything when she herself is in a jam, is looking for a solution to get her out? So come on now. On your own efforts, grab on and start climbing out of the hole. Grab onto the edge and pull yourself out. Don't try to just grab onto someone's hand who's in the hole with you and consider her, oh, she's actually the solution. She's the ladder is going to pull me out. Wow, she's down there herself. So how can you think she's the solution to your challenges when she herself is looking for a solution? Come on now. Only give her enough what she deserves, and she doesn't deserve much. Anyhow, move on. And he says, I know you're right, but my mind and heart are battling each other. They're not. You just let your own thinking, your mind win, because that's where the intellect is. Intellect is not in your heart. Not always. Losing her has shot my self-esteem. Why? Before she came along, did you have self-esteem? Where did that come from? If you lost your self-esteem because you lost her, that means you couldn't have the self-esteem without her. But you did have self-esteem before she came into your life. So how could you have it? That means the self-esteem comes from you, not from her. And you didn't lose her when she leaves. You just may be feeling sorrow and sad that you lost some of your toys, but that's it. You can still go and work and make money and buy another toy. And in this case, you can build yourself and make a better version of yourself and go and find another candidate, qualified one. He says, I gotta take her off the throne in my mind. There's no throne, no. Look, first put yourself on the throne, then you can put somebody in throne. What kind of throne? Throne of shit? You're in shit. And the throne you've given her is what? It doesn't worth much, right? So understand that unless you learn your self-esteem, get yourself back, you can't be thinking of anybody else high, because it is low person giving any echelon to somebody else, which means because you're low, thinking yourself low, the echelon you give her is not high, it's actually low. Because once you find yourself and you see how mountain high you are, then you will see that she's way down in the valley. She doesn't deserve to be on the same summit that you are. But when you're low, you can see anybody higher than yourself and you think, oh, they're so great. So first focus on observing and finding yourself, seeing how great you are. Then when you see that and the self-confidence and things that you do to build yourself and bring that self-confidence in you will automatically show the real place that those other people belong. And they're all below where you are. And you won't put them on pedestal and you don't have to take them off of it because you never put them on that pedestal. And Sunshine says hello, and Wave Rock sends a $10 super chat, and thank you, dear, for helping the channel. And let's see, we have what do we have here? James say, hey Mehran, do you have a method you use to quickly transform negative feelings, thoughts to positive ones? Yeah, and that is this: what do you gain out of a negative thought? Lots of, squeeging and uncomfortable and anxiety. And so is that good? No. So what is your power of selection? You go to a store, you see some shitty quality product, you see some good quality. Which one do you get? Both same price. Obviously, you go for the good quality. Same thing here. What do you get from the negative thought? Negative shit, negative mood, negative energy, sadness, depression, anxiety. You hate yourself. You hate everything. Is that good? No. What do you get from positive thought? Hope. ability to do things, accomplish things, future, everything bright, everything looks good, good mood, sport, exercise, eating good, happy, music. So you tell me, which is better? So there is no comparison. When there's no comparison, why do you want to make a selection and compare them? Just make the selection for the obvious one. I want to be strong. I want to be happy. So I'm going to choose the one that brings me a better mood. And what is that? Positive thoughts. What is the other one? A shitty mood. Do I want it? No. So why should I comply to it? And Wavy says, lastly, this breakup has me feeling lost. We had so many plans together, and I feel like we grew together. Okay, you did have those plans, but one of you didn't work out. Change direction. You can't now follow that direction to lose the plans in order to follow the plans that you were never even part of it. So recognize that person has defaulted in coming along towards the building the plans that you both had agreed on, which means she's no longer qualified to come on that journey with you. And now that she's gone, I feel like all my plans have been thrown in the furnace. No, the plans are there. The person who was no longer qualified to have a part in bringing these plans to fruition is gone, and good ridden, because you want somebody who wants to be focused on making these plans come true. If she's not, no good for the plans. But the plans stay. Nothing happens to the plans. You got to hire a new person. That's all. You got to find a new actor for that scenario. Otherwise, the production of the movie goes on. I feel like everything is in pieces, and I have to try and reconnect the pieces. The problem is I feel a little lost. There are no pieces. The main piece is you and the plan. The rest of it are just extras that need to fill a place in that plan. One of them is another major character, and this particular one was no longer qualified. So, by however means, it's removed. Now, your only thing to do, everything is done. You're there, plan is there, everything is there. Everything, the only thing you do, you got to find a new qualified actor to replace this person who was supposed to take the duties that was necessary to bring that plan to fruition. Everything else is intact. So you've got really less work to do than when you did when you started with this girl. The plan is there, you're into it full-heartedly. Now you got to find someone who's also equally as eager, responsible, and capable and qualified to be part of this plan to bring it to life. That's it. Focus on that. And Reborn says, a return, Meron. Sunnyboy says, hello, female, 17 Italy. Como stai? Buongiorno, buonasera. Listen, guys, I think it's time for me to shut it down because we all have been here for about 4 hours and 33 minutes. It's time for me to call it a day. And oh, by the way, I've got what? Another one at 9 o'clock for the other time zone. So I better stop it right now. Reborn says, summarizing what you taught me today, thoughts can be generated by thinking voluntarily and others come in a random way, intrusive. I can let go if I want, both kind of thoughts. I can let go if I want, what? Both kind of thoughts right now. Only your kind of thought, the thought that you purposely initiate, choosing the material for it and creating it for some reason, for advancing, understanding, learning, appreciating, or connecting, or creating, or accomplishing something. That's your thought. The rest of it is brain's thought. It's not yours, and you're under no mandate to accept anything that the brain does, because you have the veto power. You are the judge. You're the master. You decide that you judge the performance of the brain, not the brain's production is naturally accepted at all times. Not at all. So you diss all those nonsense and you just stick with whatever it is that you think it's usable to you, based on your values, based on what's meaningful to you, and you're supposed to protect all that. Okay. Wavy says maybe I was becoming too codependent on her. Whatever the reason is, I feel like a chicken with his head cut off. No, no, not at all. Not at all. In fact, you are a rooster, not a chicken. And you got to check everything. And you focus on and go to other places where you can find other hens. That's what you should do. Okay, guys. It's time for me to say I love you all. Thank you very much for being here and sharing and allowing me to share a thing or two with you. I look forward to talk to you again next Saturday, if not tonight at 9 o'clock, which I think I might not do it. I don't know. This was a long one. Or maybe I'll do a short one later on tonight. Go for a walk for now, maybe. And then look forward to talk to you next week or maybe next Wednesday night as a surprise live stream, which no, it's not no longer a surprise. I just let it out. But until next time, I look forward to talk to you again. In the meantime, be good to yourself and to the others. I'll talk to you soon. Bye for now.